okay, we want to discuss. So before we go into this, I want to make sure we spend some time to understand what has been covered so far, okay, and how does that relate back to BPC. So that's what topic I was talking about, correct? So for that, I wanted to go to BPC on Hana. So this is BPC on Hana, and this BPC on Hana runs on top of BW, and this is BW, okay, this is the BW side of it. So when you go inside BW, here you can see the actual cubes that has been built in such a way it reflects it's a HANA optimized cubes. So if you look at the prior version of BPC, you don't see this option, okay? You don't see this option. So now what happens, BW directly runs on top of HANA. So the cube that what you create, the cube that what you build, either it's a BPC or it's not a BPC, it's all going to be HANA optimized. So what does this mean? These cubes are built on HANA. How do we see those cubes? So go to HANA. This schema, you may not have access. Okay, this schema, you may not have access due to security purpose. Okay, so inside, you see a schema called SAP HFI. When you go inside the schema, here you can see tables. And when the table comes, you can see all the technical table that has been created on the back end of the cubes. Okay, so for example, CPMP. So these are all namespace. When you go back here, you can see also the same CPMP. Okay, when you look at the technical name, so these are all BPC specific namespace in HANA. Okay, in HANA. So I'm going back to HANA. You can see all the tables that's listed here actually. Okay, so again, you no need to go inside, but you should have good understanding. When you right click, do open data preview, you can see the table structure. Okay, you can see the table structure. It could be like, some type of like data has been populated. I have no idea what these are. So you can see the actual table structure that has been used here actually. Okay, so point is, this is the back end of the BPC now. Okay, so BPC now, it's run directly on top of HANA. Any table you create, any data you save, you can see them on the back end. This is the product table. Okay, product A, product B, product C. Okay, so these are all product tables on the back end. How do I see this one? Now when you go to the back end, I'm going to the back end. In the back end, you see a product dimension. Okay, you should be able to see a product dimension. Where is the product dimension? 1 second. This is the product dimension. Expand the product dimension. You see an attribute text and hierarchy. Right click on this guy. You can go to display data. Okay, you can go to display data. Run the clock. You will see the products actually. Okay, it has too many objects to be selected. So field for output. So now select, okay, what field I want. Scaling I need, the product I need. So now you could see how these tables are like, okay, it's giving some error. All right, I need to check what it is. So point is, so these are the backend tables like, used to create the dimensions, correct? You can see them. Again, I wanted to make sure you understand the dependency between HANA, BW, and BPC, okay? So far what we covered, we have not covered anything on the build side. So what we did actually, in HANA, we went on, we looked at each of those objects. What is views? What is triggers? What is tables? What is synonyms? Sequence, procedure, index, function, column view. These are all must we should know. So we discussed, we created, we reviewed everything. That part was done. And we also looked at how do we model a problem into a HANA dynamic data model, correct? So in HANA, you can create like, dynamic data model, which is not fixed table. It is created on the fly based on a problem. So these are the things what we looked at, correct? So these are all, views we created, okay? And calculations we performed. Procedures we performed. Decision table is a topic that I need to cover. Okay? So we also looked at like, how do we bring data from HANA, okay, into HANA from ECC. We went on to data provisioning. In data provisioning, you have an option. What option you have? You can either load data or you can do replicate, okay? Load or replicate. Load, it's a one-time load. Replicate, it's on a defined frequency. So the frequency is every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, I want to refresh the data from ECC into HANA, okay? So this part also we done, we discussed, we reviewed examples and everything. Okay. All right. And we also talked about the import function. Okay. We also talked about import function. If a data sitting in a file, how do we bring this data into HANA by using import function? Correct. So overall, we very much covered what we need to cover actually. So the topic that what I have to cover in HANA side, okay, which we will cover moving forward, correct? So we need to cover the decision table, okay? So again, I'm not saying that we're done with HANA. Anything that touches HANA, we will cover again, correct? Anything that is going to touch HANA, we'll cover again. So in HANA, what we need to talk, okay? In HANA, SAP HANA, what we need to cover, okay? What we need to cover. One is the decision table, okay? One is the decision tables, okay? So how do you basically use the decision table to do some type of prediction, okay? It's more of a scenario analysis, more of a simulation, correct? How do we simulate certain business scenarios? How do we do prediction? How do we do if a pricing condition changes, what is the impact to my balance sheet? Or what is the impact to my cash flow, correct? So such things you can do decision tables, correct? All right. The second one is security, okay? The second one is security. So this is basically involves users, roles, analytical privileges, correct? So this involves how do we set up users, how do you set up roles, okay? How do you set up the analytical privileges, okay? Analytical privileges. So this is what we need to understand from HANA point of view, not connected to BPC. In general, what you need to learn this what it is. So these are the pending topics I need to cover, okay? I need to cover. When we move along, we will cover this one. But I don't want it to just keep spending time in HANA only, but we have to move on. We are going to focus on BPC. When we find right time, we'll connect all these dots, okay? When we find right time, we'll connect all these dots. So this is basically, I just want to do a recap to make sure we're on the same page, correct? At the moment, my expectation, you should know what each one of these means, correct? So you should know what it is, you should know how to create, and you should know why are you creating this, okay? So you should know what does this mean, an attribute view, what is this analytical view, what is the calculation view. We should know what this means from HANA point of view. And we also know how to create, and we also know why to create, correct? So what I'm talking, three parts, okay? So at any given point in time, you should know what, why, how, okay? So what is this, okay? And why we are creating this one, and how to create, okay? How to create. So these parts, you should know. All the objects what has been discussed is very critical, okay? All right. So with that, now we are moving on to BPC side, okay? So now we are moving on to BPC side. So what is it we're going to learn in BPC? As most of you know, BPC, it's not a standalone product. It's not a standalone solution what you can build, correct? It involves many things, okay? It involves many things, correct? So what does many things involve? So obviously, whether you do plan or a forecast or a budget or a consolidation, you need the baseline data, okay? You need the baseline data. How do we get the baseline data? That is from the source system, okay? So what we need the baseline data. So how do we get the baseline data? It could be SAP ECC, or it could be Oracle, or it could be File, any of those actually, okay? So this is where you have the actuals, okay? We have the actuals. So when we talk plan, that's a feature. Nobody knows what that's going to be. So the best way to do, use the actuals as a baseline and create this one, okay? So we do need to understand what are the transactional systems that is involved. So keep in mind, in most cases, I'm not saying always, most cases, SAP is going to be the transactional system, okay? SAP is going to be the transactional system. So this is the source for the plan or budget or actuals or the forecast or consolidation. So whatever you do, so this is going to be your source of data, okay? This is going to be source of data, okay? Source of data for BPC. So whatever you want to do in BPC, this is going to act as the source of data to take this to the next step. All right. So the second thing what we are talking about, how do we bring the data, where the data, because it's coming from multiple sources, correct? So we have to have one single centralized place. What that is going to be. In our case, it's going to be SAP HANA. Okay, it is going to be SAP HANA. All right. Now, how do we take to the planning cycle? To take it to the planning cycle, we have a dependency of BW. Why is it dependent on BW? BPC at this moment, they are going to get rid of BW, but BPC at this moment runs only on top of BW. That means BW is the one can directly talk to BPC. Okay, BW is the one can directly talk to BPC. On top of this, you have BPC. Okay, on top of this, you have BPC. Okay, so now what it is? Okay, how do we take to the end users? Okay, how do we take to the end users? You have client software. Okay, you have the client software. So what is the client software? The client software is you already very well know. EPM add in Excel. Okay, EPM add in Excel. Or you can use the admin function. Okay, admin function. So these are the different moving parts involved to build a simple BPC solution. Whether you create a report, or you create a planning cycle, or you create a budgeting, or you could create forecasting, or you perform a close process. No matter what it is, okay, you have to know this one. Again, I'm repeating. I apologize if I irritating you. As I told you, okay? You can say I'm a finance person. You can say I'm a functional consultant. There's nothing like a finance, nothing like function here, correct? You should know this one, okay? So if you say that, that means you are not interested in understanding and learning this one, okay? You are not interested in understanding and learning this one. End of the day, you need to produce what business is asking for. If I'm interested to produce a balance sheet or a cash flow or a trial balance or any financial statement, or helping business to understand where they in their forecasting cycle, planning cycle, how could I do this one? Okay, so those all happen at this level. Okay, so this is where you create. Okay, this is where you create your P&L. Okay, this is where you create your P&L, and this is where you create your balance sheet, and this is where you create your cash flow. So how could I do all of those? Okay, so I need to know this one. Okay, I need to know this one. So all these things are coming at this level, at a user level. So in order to go and create this one, we need to know every moving parts that is involved. Okay, every moving parts that is involved. So point is, to build a BPC solution, whatever our role is going to be, we have to really know every moving parts that is listed here. If we don't have a clear visibility on each of this, it is going to be very challenging for you to. Again, it is not just watching what I'm creating in the PowerPoint. You have to do hands-on. Okay, you have to literally do hands-on. If there's no hands-on, there's no fun here. Correct? You can be part of the team, but I don't see how much value you add to the team. Okay, so point is, BPC learning involves all of this. Now what's happening? Okay, now what's happening? On top of this, they're introducing business objects. Correct? They're talking about building dashboards. Okay, they're talking about building financial dashboards. They're talking about creating something around analytical solution on top of planning. Okay, analytical solution on top of planning. So what people are looking for right now, actually, so they're looking for how do we take this financial data, okay, and build analytical solutions. I'm sure some of you already have seen this one. So now these kind of solution comes on top of BPC. That means you are forced or expected to know in some capacity how do we take this plan data. For example, what you're looking at here actually, okay, so you're looking at the actual dashboard which builds on, this is one of our RDS projects, okay? So, excuse me. So this is one of my RDS projects, so the team built based on BPC data, okay? You see at the bottom, you have plan and actual, okay? So if you see at the bottom, you have the plan and actual data. So there's the plan data, there's an actual data. Okay, at the bottom you see, this is basically the plan, this is basically the actual. The actuals are coming from UCC, the plan is coming from BPC. How do we take this kind of data and build analytics? What does this mean? You are forced to learn business objects. Okay, so you have no choice. You have to learn this one actually, correct? So now what is happening? On top of this, people are introducing business objects, correct? So by using business objects, you can build similar solutions what you're looking at in the PowerPoint, correct? Sorry, the PDF file. It's an actual dashboard. So here you can target is what? Setting revenue targets. Okay, I want to focus on increasing my revenue. How do I increase my revenue? Focus on net sale. What is the net sale condition right now? How much you plan? What's an actual? If net sale goes up, how does it look? If net sale goes down, how does it look? Right? So I'm taking cost of goods sold. If my cost of goods sold going up and down, right? How does it look? So point is, you are also expected to build similar solutions. Okay, you are also expected to build similar solutions. So this is what really finance interested to know at an executive level. Okay, at an executive level, as an executive, I wanted to understand how does my cost allocation looks, right? How am I allocating costs, right? So if you see here, you can do real-time simulation. Okay, so if I'm going to increase my production unit, okay, so how does that going to impact in terms of overhead costs? So all of those you can analyze and build solutions. So going back here, in your learning roadmap, you need to make sure you have to really understand all these pieces. Okay, so one is you need to know the baseline data. Second, how does Hana operate? How BW communicates to Hana? How BPC communicates to BW? And this is where the core functions are going to take place. Okay, so this is where the core functions are going to take place. Okay, so now on top of this, you have user interface. This is primarily for user. Okay, this is primarily for user interface. This is for users, and this is for the actual planning, consolidation, forecasting. This is where the planning. Okay, this is where the planning, consolidation, and forecast takes place. Okay, forecast related function takes place. So now this is just basically a data management portion. Okay, data management interface. Now BW very much become nothing. Okay, it's become a data management interface. Okay, it does not have any intelligence because, as you notice, the actual data are stored in Hana. Okay, when you go to Hana, so here you can see the table that has been used to store the data. So it is no longer stored on the BW side, right? So the BW side, nothing. Okay, so overall, what is this? Is the core. Again, this is the core. So this is the core. So overall, what I'm saying, to build the solution, we need to know all these moving parts. Okay, we need to know all the moving parts. So I'm sure I may have asked some of you this question: how many people heavily involved in a BPC world? Correct? I know some of you learning. When I say heavily involved, got to know what's happening in industry, talking to people, and getting understanding about BPC and all. So I'm sure a lot of people involved. I have one common question. The question I have: if you scale on a scale of 1 to 100 projects, okay? If you take on a scale of 1 to 100 BPC projects, okay? So how many projects you think are successfully implemented? When I say successfully, I'm not talking about time. I'm not talking about the PMO stuff. That's a crap, right? So from usability point of view, how many projects? Okay, yes, agreed. What percentage? Correct, 10, agreed. Okay, so it is less than 10%, or I would say maybe 15%. Okay, believe me, I am my job most cases doing design audits. That means someone done shit, I will go and correct this. Okay, I do a lot of design audits. Okay, I don't want to name the companies. I have seen company appears to be like a very solid on the surface, but if you go and look at them, very basic fundamental issues. Okay, very basic fundamental issues. I was in a project, okay, as an auditor. Okay, when it's an auditor, not financial auditor, system design audit. So the objective of the project was implementing headcount planning. Okay, the objective of the project is headcount planning. So hold on one second. Okay, so this is on a scale of 1 to 100, the successful implementation of BPC projects, I would say less than 10 to 15%. Okay, so this is basically SAP's biggest challenge. Compared to Hyperion, the success rate of BPC projects are very low. Okay, so this is BPC projects. Okay, BPC project success rate. Okay, so the success rate of the BPC projects, based on what I know, and I could be absolutely wrong, and I could be something that thinking that on my own world. So this is less than 10%, okay, or 15%, for lack of a better term. So this is what I think. Okay, is the project are successful? So I was on a project. Okay, I want you to respond to this. I was on a project. The client is implementing human capital management. Okay, HCM. So basically, what they're trying to do, resource management and labor forecast. They wanted to basically find out how do we plan for my employees' wages, correct? Employees' wages for every fiscal year. When an employee gets promoted, how much wage that's going to be increased? Because of the wage increase, what is the impact to my financials, correct? How does my financial spend is going to go up or down, whatever it is? And what is the expected projection? How many people are they trying to bring in for the next 6 years, next 6 months, right? So I want to understand. I want to move people from one department to another department. So the project that I was involved, it's primarily for HCM, human capital management. It focused on resource management, labor forecast. Okay. So idea here is, how do we plan for, okay, resource management? Okay, how do I manage resource management and labor forecast? Okay, labor forecast. It's a big company. The company that's is I'm talking about. It's a big company. The actual implementation done by one of the big four. Okay, one of the big four. which thinks they are very strong in finance. Okay, very strong in finance. They are the one done the implementation. I was doing an audit. Okay, I was doing a design audit. So the objective is doing resource management, labor forecast. What do you do here? You do here, number one, okay, wage planning. Okay, wage planning. So how much the impact? Okay, that means when you do promotion to people, when you move people from one department to another department, what is the impact of the wages? Okay, wage planning. Second is headcount. Okay, headcount. So how many people I need for the next 3 months, next 12 months, next 9 months, whatever that is, correct? And then burden rates. Okay, rates. That means medical, dental, vision, this, that, correct? So those are all burden rates. So this is what the company wanted to plan by cost center. Okay, by cost center. So this is by cost center. Okay, this is by cost center. So I want you to think through and let me know. Okay, by cost center. So here if you notice what we have. Okay, here if you notice what we have. So you have wage, that is cost. Okay, this is directly cost. And this is headcount. It is not a cost, it's a volume. Okay, it's a volume. It's a volume. That means you are not talking about a cost. How many people you need? Okay, how many? That is volume. Okay, how many people we need? Okay, how many people we need? That's a volume. So rates, this is again cost. Okay, what is the rate is going to be? Increase of 5%, increase of 2%, increase of 1%, whatever that is, right? So this is again cost. So if you look at here, the data comes from multiple angles, correct? One is cost, one is volume. In the design, what they have done, they created one finance model, they put all into that model, okay? In the design, it was one single finance model where they're storing cost, where they're storing volume, where they're storing this one. What is the issue? Cost needs a currency translation. When you create a model in BPC, if the model is a cost model or a financial model, it expects you to currency conversion. And this does not require a currency conversion. So now you put both of this in the same model. So they're having huge performance issue. Why? So every time when you ran currency conversion, it pulls all the employees, correct? And then it started doing this stuff. Okay. So I'm not saying it's a bad design, but I'm just saying, like, what is the understanding people have in terms of, like, designing a solution. So going back here, okay, in this case, so this could have been done in a different way. Okay, this could have been done in a different way. You create a separate model. One model for this is a HCM model with volume. Okay, it is a generic model. This could be a generic model. So what I'm talking, I don't know how many people are able to follow. When you go to BPC, when you build a model, I'm going to BPC, I'm going to build a model. Okay, I'm going to build a model. In the model, so what you see here, different types involved. Okay, so I'm trying to build a new model. When you're trying to build a new model, give a name and a description. Okay, give a name and description. Click next. Now you see the type. You see the type. They put everything in financials. Okay, both the volume, both the cost sitting in here. So the problem they're running into, volume does not require a currency translation. The cost, because it's a global company, they do almost like entire world. Okay, they touch like almost entire world. So bringing all these different actuals and running currency translation to do a variance analysis, correct? It is taking significant time. And what I'm talking about, if it is not a financial, you could have done by using a standard model. The standard model does not expect to see this one. It does not require the currency translation. Now click financials, you see it brings a rate. Okay, so that means whether you do or not, it still goes and looks for the rate. Okay, it looks for the rate. When you do consolidation, it brings ownership. Okay, so there was a fundamental understanding on how the model has been designed. So all I'm trying to say, okay, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. So it may be a good thing, but points would be the number of projects successfully implemented in BPC space is very less as compared to Hyperion or any other planning solution or any other consolidation solution you can think of. So going back to what I'm trying to say, if you want to be successful in this space, if you really want to be one of the best consultants, you need to know all the moving parts, no matter what it is, correct? No matter what it is. Again, I'm repeating, you can say I'm a CPA. It's good, you can keep it to yourself. But when you go to the field, what you really need to understand every piece, how it's connected, how it's working. Okay? There's nothing technical, nothing functional, you need to know both. Okay? To deal with these kind of problems. Okay? Otherwise, it is the useful of this product is going to be questionable if you don't understand this one. Anyway, so that is what we want to cover part of the learning roadmap. At the same time, we cannot sit down and learn everything. we will cover only what is necessary in each of those areas. Okay, in each of those areas, what is actually really required. So that is the part we are going to focus on. So part of our learning exercise, we will touch every piece what is listed here. So out of this, we covered some extent HANA. I'm not saying we've done 100%. So we have very much covered whatever you need to know. I would say around 80% of this we already covered. Okay, we already covered. So now we have to go back and start building everything. As I told you, BPC is a core. Okay, BPC is a core. So this is a core. So now we are going to concentrate more on BPC, get to know about this one, then we'll move on to the remaining parts. Okay, so this is a core. All right. So this could be a standard model. Okay, that's not required. It's a standard model. This is a standard model. Okay, all right. So now we are going to focus on BPC. Okay, now we are going to focus on BPC. So before I go here. So what I wanted to make sure, I'm not going to teach just pure abstract, right? So I wanted to we have two prepackaged solutions, which there are many of them. Okay, so I'm going to use those which I feel it's easy for you to understand, it's easy for you to articulate and relate. Okay, so I'm going to use them part of the learning process. It's up to you how you want to take it. If you want to rebuild this one, you can rebuild. So we have two RDS going on right now. One is the oil and gas. Some of the people are here. Another one is liquidity planning, cash risk management. That's part of the treasury. Okay, so I'm doing both of those. So those both are heavily involved. Okay, so again, it's still in a very early stage. So I will share whatever we are doing, but I'm just saying like that we have RDS, which is SAP Rapid Deployment Solution. Part of HANA, they changed the business content to RDS. Okay, they changed the business content to RDS. It's very similar to what you have seen in the business content. So these are the RDS I'm going to use in the class to cover the class topic. Okay, okay, 1 second. Sorry. So part of this learning, I'm going to use these RDS, start to finish, how we design, how we implement it, okay? So that it would be easy for you to understand than just sitting and learning the tool, okay? So what is involved, start to end, and what are the various functions that we are using here, okay? So that is the approach I'm going to take. So before I get started, actually, I just want to run through this with you so that you understand. So what we have a built-in RDS packages. Okay, I'm going to use this one. So I'm going to go to change environment to make sure I have the right environment in place. All right. So going to change environment and continue. And I want to use number one, the driver-based one. So this is a fully working, end-to-end working RDS solution. Okay, and 1 second. So this is what we are going to use to learn this one. Okay. If you notice here, it's fully configured. That means every function you could think of BPC, it's ready to go. It's deployable. Okay. I can show you. I'm in the process of implementing at a client along with SAP. Okay. So I'm in the process of implementing this with a client for a client. This is what it is. Okay, it has every piece of it. So whatever you could think, it is there. Okay, so this data model, all these functions, everything is there. Okay, so whatever you want to do, it's completely there. Okay, so all of those, it's there. Okay, so we don't want to go and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in this one. What is the best way? Okay, it should up and running BPC on HANA. Okay, so how do we basically accelerate the implementation? That's objective. All right. So what we are going to use this particular prepackaged solution part of the learning process. How do we collect my actuals? How do we prepare the data? This involves starting from looking at data quality checks. Okay, so validating your actuals. So this is basically keeping the exchange rates and running the currency translation, data quality checks. If there is an issue in the data quality, and fix them through journals and revalidate them. Create a scenario baseline for a planning or a budgeting or a forecasting and do a work status. Okay, So you can set a work status to send this to the next level, correct? I collected the data, I prepared the data, now I'm sending the data for the planner to do planning, correct? So this is built-in work status as well. Okay, this also has a built-in work status. So here you can see for a given region, what is the basically, excuse me. So for a given region, you can understand what is the status of the work right now. Is it in a plan, is it in a budget, or in a forecast? What is there out, right? So what are they doing? So is it submitted, or is it reviewed, or uploaded? You can select a country, you can select a data category, this is an actual, and you can also see that like, so what field you are posting for, I'm looking for 2011 December. Okay, I'm looking for 2011 December, January, whatever it is, right? You can select. So for that period, it's going to tell you what is the status of this data. It is submitted or reviewed, upload. I can take submit and apply. So this particular data set is going to be submitted. Okay. So point is, I need to check the statuses. Maybe I'm not following the steps. It's already in the state. So you will learn end to end how this is working actually. So this is what I'm going to use in the class. So I'm close this, going back. So this is the business task flow fully configured. And here you can do various scenario analysis. Okay. So this touches many things. Okay. What is this touches? It's the revenues, and you can also do 6-month rolling forecasting and SKU level planning. And this is basically like, all these different options available. Okay. Balance sheet planning, cash flow planning, everything is here actually. Okay. So this is another thing you do. Cost allocation. How do we do cost allocation? And variance analysis. Okay. What are the variance analysis that's been performed? So this is part of your planning, forecasting, and budgeting. Okay, planning, forecasting, budgeting. So I'm going to use this one to walk you through every steps that is involved to build this type of solution. So if you follow this, if you implement this by yourself, okay, if you follow this, if you implement this by yourself, I'm very, very, very confident that you will be very successful. Not only in your career, even at your client places. When you go to your client places, you should be able to implement. It is not easy, it is doable. The second point you all need to keep in mind, there's no one in the market who can confidently come forward and say, I know how to deal this with Hana. Okay? Either you can find a bunch of technical people who deal with Backend Hana, or you find some Microsoft guys who talk PowerPoint, Excel bullshit. So that's the kind of people you see. Combining these two, it's very rare in the market, very, very rare in the market, correct? You can comment, you can ask yourself, okay? I have not seen. So this is something that like very unique spot. If you spend time and if you're able to build this by yourself, just following the class, I'm very confident that you'll be very successful, okay? So this is one of the package we are going to use to learn this end to end, correct? So what you're looking at, business process flow, okay? What you're looking at, it's a business process flow. So this business process flow has various steps involved in terms of how do we configure and build this solution for planning, budgeting, forecasting, and also the management reporting. Okay, it does the management reports. One thing. The second, what you're going to learn part of this exercise, you're also going to learn the consolidation. Okay, consolidation also another powerful function that we have. Okay, it's fully configured. It's end-to-end working. Okay, all the different functions any function you can name. Okay, whether you're talking about elimination, equity, minority interest, goodwill, retail earnings, methods, method-based multipliers, all of those is fully configured, it's done, it's working. Okay, so again, it's going back to the same story. There could be many people who say we know consolidation, but how many people have done on Hana? Not really too many. Okay, not really too many. So that is where you come into picture. If you understand this, moving forward, Hana plays a major significant role. Okay, so that is the area that like everybody's going to be in. So being in that role would help you do better things and greater things, and it will be very successful career path too. So here, this is our data collection. We collect all the actuals. Okay, so this is basically like part of the consolidation process. So one second. So here you see all the steps involved. You collect GL data and the rates, ownership, validate, fix if there is a problem, and set the work status. So this is basically the regions, okay, or the countries sending it to the regions. Okay, so the country collects all the GLs, clean the data, and send the data to the region. Now the region takes and goes to the next step, preparing the data. Here what you do, you run the currency translation, okay, and run the one-step calculation, and move the intercompany transaction to in a separate model so that you can perform intercompany matching, intercompany booking, all of those. Okay? So this is kind of data preparation. So what you're doing here actually, you are doing data quality check, you are calculating ownership, and you are moving this intercompany transaction to a separate intercompany model, and then you are performing currency translation. The next one is pre-consolidation. So what you do here, so this is where you do matching and booking. So when there is an issue between the buyer and seller, okay, when you make an intercompany transaction, there is a buyer, there is a seller. So if the buyer and seller are not recording the transaction properly, how do you fix them? How do you identify them? That's what these steps does. Okay, there's a matching process, there's a booking process, and you can move the data back to consolidation. I cleaned this intercompany issues. Now I'm moving back to my consolidation side. Then this is basically who's setting this, who's doing this task. They can forward the data to the next step. Okay, country to region to corporate. Now the data goes to the corporate. Okay, so first one is country. The country is moving the data to the region. Once the region done all the cleanup, now they're sending it to the corporate. Now the corporate is taking over. They do consolidation. Okay, they do consolidation. So this consolidation, if you look at here, it could be performed at multiple levels. Correct? You can do step consolidation at a region level. Okay, you can do a step consolidation at a region level. So what does this mean? So you can set a specific region and then perform the consolidation. For example, I'm going to go to a specific period, which is this guy. Okay, so that's when I have the data and what entity I'm running. I'm running at a group level. Okay, I'm running at a group level. So now when I go here, okay, so this is run regional consolidation. It's going to bring the consolidation center. Okay, it's going to bring the consolidation center, which is basically a built-in function of BPC, which could be used for running a specific consolidation at a region level or a group level or at a country level based on how you set up. So this allows it to run at two levels. Okay, if you notice here, I can select a region. This is my region, then I do consolidation. Or if I want to perform at a group level, I can do group level. And this is like a dashboard. You can see what is completed, what has not completed. Okay, so it says currency translation is not completed. Okay, it says what state has been set to approve. Okay, and log for all users. And it says control status. That means data quality has been passed. Correct? So point is, these are all fully free configured. You'll get to know this one. So that is basically the core consolidation side. Okay. The next is post consolidation. Once they're done, then how do we create a consolidated balance sheet, P&L, and cash flow? Correct? So this is the second part you are going to learn. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, I am serious what I do. Okay. If you follow and do it by yourself, you'll be very strong. Okay. You'll be very strong, and it's good for you to move on to your career track after the course. All right. So what I wanted to cover in this area, the learning side, okay, part of the learning, you will learn all these things with the actual project that what we have done, okay? So this is the project. Again, I may not be able to give you everything what you're looking at, but if you run into any issues, if you have any challenges on this, I should be able to help you out, or my team should be able to help you out. Okay, so keep that in mind and then start working towards, like, your projects. Okay, you can set your projects and in this way, follow the class and do it. All right, so now how do we get there? Okay, how do we get there? In order to get this one, what we need to understand what's our goal. Okay, our goal is to build these things, part of the course. Okay, part of this course. So we need to build one planning solution, okay, one consolidation solution, okay, consolidation. So this is our goal. So how do we get there? Okay, how do we get there? So in order for us to get there, what we need to know, we need to understand the foundations, the building block that is involved to build a solution, okay. So then we can take a problem and then we'll move on. So the approach, what we are going to take, the approach is going to be always start with the problem. Okay, always start with the problem. So we talked about, so we need to know the problems. Okay, we need to know what problem we are solving. Okay, what problem we are solving, number one. Then transform the problem into a design. Okay, into a design. So this is where we really need to know the business side of it. Okay, design. So once we've done the design, then the next part is going to be moving on to the build cycle. So we aren't going to build anything at this time, but we need to understand, like, how to build this tool, okay, and then it goes to the deployment, okay, then it's going to the deployment. So these are all, I'm sure everybody knows in the software side, okay? So then it goes to deployment. It's not only with SAP. Any tool you go, this is what you do, okay, this is what you do. So to cover all of those, what we need to know, we need to understand the core building blocks, okay? So we need to know the core building blocks, okay, the core building blocks. So without this, it's very hard for us to understand this, okay, building blocks. So what does that involve? That involves the problem statement, okay, business challenges, okay, and business needs and drivers, and then the artifacts, okay. So in order to do this one, what we need to know, okay. So this is what we are going to achieve, okay. So the part of this course, we need to build one planning solution, one consolidation solution, correct? So that is our goal. To achieve this goal, this is what we want to do, correct? This is what we want to do. So to achieve this goal, what approach we are taking? We are taking this approach, okay? So we are taking problem to design, design to build to deploy, okay? Build to deploy. So this is the approach we are taking, correct? So to implement that approach, we need to know the core building blocks. What is involved in that, the core building blocks. So the core building blocks are number one, process. Okay, number one, process. Obviously, we need to know what process we're talking about. And as I told you, resource management, labor forecast. So that's heavily involved. What exactly they're trying to do. So if you're talking about revenue costs and asset planning for an oil and gas company, so we need to know how those companies are doing that planning. Okay, so we need to know the process. Okay, we need to know the process. So what kind of process that is involved? It's number one. Okay, we really need to know this one. This is the number one learning. So again, we can't take everything and go ahead and sit down and learn. We can pick one or two use cases. Okay, either it could be retail specific planning, or it could be healthcare specific planning, or it could be banking. Whatever industry, that's fine. You take them and try to understand the process. Okay. Second, we need to know the data that is associated. Okay. Whatever data that is associated with this planning. Okay. So that's the second point we need to know. Third one, we really need to know the BPC side of it. Okay. BPC building blocks. Okay. BPC building blocks. Okay. BPC building blocks. So how do we build this one in BPC? Okay. Building blocks. Okay. BPC building blocks. So what is involved in terms of BPC to build this one? Or how do we build this one in BPC? Why? So when I move from problem to design, correct? So this includes requirements, correct? This includes requirements, okay? So this includes requirements. So when a user talk about it, when a user says, hey, I want to do manual adjustment, or I want to do basically like, if this actual doesn't exist, I want to use the plan to do forecast, okay? So how could I do this one? And I want to do a conditional formatting. That means if this option is not there, I want to do this one. If it is there, I want to do this way. So then we need to know the BPC building blocks, correct? What is it we can do in BPC building blocks? Obviously, you do also need to know BW building blocks. What is involved in BW? So these are all essential for us to move forward, okay? Move forward. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with BPC and cover the remaining as we move along, okay? So this is going to be major time-consuming area for you to understand, okay? So this is going to be a major time-consuming area for you to understand. While covering BPC building blocks, I also cover the process. So right now, what we are going to focus on, try to understand the same three questions: what, why, how, okay? So what are we doing? Why are we doing? How are we doing, okay? So those three questions we will be asking ourselves by covering these two. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the core BPC building blocks, like how we did it for Hana, okay? We look at it, we know what it is, we know how to build it, okay? Same thing we are going to do. So here we are going to focus on three things: what it is, okay? Number one, we need to know what is this all about, okay? What kind of problem this is, what it is, okay? Number one, what it is. Second, how to do it, okay? Why are we doing and how to do it, okay? So second is how to do it, okay? We also need to know how to do this. Third, why are we doing? So that is where the process comes into picture, okay? Why are we doing this one, okay? Why are we doing this? So I need to know these three questions really very well. Every piece you touch, you should know what it is, you should know why are we doing, you should know how are we doing, okay? So these three questions we should know. So now we are going to focus on these areas. Okay, BPC core building blocks and all of those. All right. So now let's understand what's the core BPC building block. Okay. So what is BPC core building blocks? BPC core building blocks. Okay, building blocks. So how do we basically design a solution? How do we answer business question when business comes back with whether I can do this or not? So the starting point for all of this, okay, let me build a table. The starting point for all of this, it starts from an environment, okay? So it starts from an environment. So this is basically the core building blocks, called building blocks. So core BPC building blocks. How do we build this one? All right. Second, any nodes or key points, okay? Any key points you want to add, okay? Key points. So this is basically gives you a strong foundation, better understand BPC, both process level as well as the tool level, okay? As well as the tool level. So now let's touch one by one. The very first one, when you go to BPC, I'm sure you all seen this one, right? Go to administration. When you go to administration, you see here, manage all environments. You may or may not have access to this one. It depends on your access level. Okay. So what is this one? So this is basically what is called an environment. In the prior release, it was called an app set. They changed the name, called an environment. Okay. So what is an environment? Okay. It is a logical division of the work what you are going to do. Okay. So number one, what we need to know, environment. So what is an environment in BPC? Okay. You can see this both on the back end as well as the front end. Okay, so you can see this on the back end as well as the front end. So when I go to BPC, the very first thing what you see, okay, once you log in at the bottom, okay, once you log in at the bottom, go to start page, it says environment. See this one? What does this mean? So that means this is where you connect it. Okay, it could be plan, it could be budget, it could be forecast, or it could be all in one. Okay. So this is where you are connected to. Okay, this is where you are connected to. It is equivalent to an app set in the prior release. Okay, in the other releases, it was called app set. Let's add a column. Okay, or we can make a note. So what is an environment? It is like your info area. Okay, when you go to BPC when you go to BW on the backend, I'm going to BW on the backend. Correct? In BW, let's go to RSA1. Once you log into BW, go to the transaction code. /n RSA1. When you are in the transaction, you can see folders, correct? Logical folders. Okay. So what is these are all? These are all logical folders. For example, when I want to go to planning and consolidation, business planning and consolidation. So what is this one? This is nothing but an info area. You see on the top it says an info area. You see on the top it says an info area. What is it? It's a folder. It's logical unit of work that what you're going to do. Okay, so we don't want to store objects everywhere. We don't want to store objects here and there. We want to organize our objects. Whatever objects we are going to build, we want to organize them. So how do I organize? I need to create a package. I need to create a folder. So that is a folder, what we are calling it's an environment. Okay, it is not really connected to any process. Okay, it is not a process level discussion. This is more of a technical discussion. How do you organize your all developmental objects, all your building, all your objects that is going to require for you to build this one? So this is nothing but, so this is a folder. Okay, this is like a folder. Okay, like a folder. Okay, this is like a folder to group all the objects, of BPC in one single place, Okay, Okay, in SAP BW, this is an info area. Okay, this is an info area. This is an info area. In SAP BW, you call this as an info area. Okay, you call this as an info area. Okay, so that means when you go to the backend, you cannot look for an environment, but you can look for an info area on the same name. Okay, on the same name. The next point, what is it understand? In the prior release, okay, okay, it was called an application set. It's called an application set. It's called an app set. Application set. It was called an application set. Okay, it was called an application set. Okay, it was called an application set. So example, app set. Okay, app set. So this is called an app set. So now the question that I have, okay, So typically, how do you see companies are using this one? Okay, in the company, you are creating a plan, you are creating consolidation. So is it advisable to have plan and consolidation in the same environment or have a different environment? So the question is it advisable to have both plan and consolidation in the same environment or in a different environment? Question is it safe to have both plan and consolidation in the same environment? Question. Okay, what I'm asking, is it good idea? Is it a good idea? Okay, is it a good idea? Is it a good idea? Okay, is it a good idea to share, okay, both the plan and consolidation, both planning and the consolidation in the same environment, okay, in the same environment. Kiran, can you answer this question? Kiran. So, Kiran, are you there? Can you hear me? So if you're able to hear, can you answer my question? So what I'm asking for, yes, can you answer this question, please? So based on whatever you learned so far, correct? Is it advisable to have one environment for both planning and consolidation, or do I need to have two different environments, right? Take an example, Bank of America. Take an example, like, Lexmark. Take an example, Epson America. So these companies are doing both plan as well as the consolidation. Such companies, do they need two separate environments? Do they have to have one environment, right? It is not a business question. It is you as an architect, you should know how to design this one, correct? It is not a process question. You cannot go to business and ask this one, correct? So you need to know the pros and cons. You need to know, why it is this way, why not that way, like that, correct? So answer the question from Kiran. This is what he's saying, okay? So he's saying so he's saying yes to have both the same. I do agree that, okay? So there's no reason to have separate, okay? So you should have one single environment for both, okay? But it is purely your call, okay? It's purely your call. So it is good to have, okay? It is good to have both plan and consolidation, both planning and the consolidation, okay, in the same environment, okay? In the same environment, okay? In the same environment. The reason this can share the master data, okay? This can share the master data, okay? So this can share the master data, share the master data, okay? Share the master data. Actually, you may not be able to share because the level of detail what you need for plan could be different than the level of detail what you need for consolidation. And consolidation, keep in mind, it's a period activity. Every period you are going to run through this process. Planning, it may not be every month. Forecasting could be even every month, correct? So let me ask this question to for example, okay? So what is the frequency of this particular exercise in business, okay? So one is consolidation, or people call financial close process, okay? People call financial close process, okay? Financial close process, okay? Financial close process, okay? Financial close process. So this one exercise. Second exercise, people do planning. Second is people do planning, okay? This is financial close process. The next one is people do planning side, okay? The question is, what is the frequency for each one of those? Next is planning, and next is consolidation. Next is forecasting, okay? So next is forecasting. So how often I do forecast? So question is, what is the frequency? The question is, what is the frequency? The next is what? Forecast. So what is the frequency of these processes? Okay, how often this occurs in a business? Correct? That's what I'm asking. Question is, what is the frequency of these events in a business? Okay, any idea? Can anyone tell? In general, what is the frequency? Okay, what is the frequency? What is the frequency of these events? Of these events, okay, of these events in a business. So how often these activities takes place in a business? Okay, so planning focus are quarterly and this is monthly. All right. Again, definitely the close process by period. Okay, by period. I wouldn't say monthly. Whatever the period is they're defining, it goes by period. So this one goes by period. Okay, so this one goes by period. So it's based on the fiscal year. Okay, it's based on the fiscal year. So it's based on the fiscal year. Okay, how the fiscal year set up. But at least by period. Okay, this is by your period. Okay, by your period. So this is by your period. All right. Next is what? What is planning supposed to do? Okay, planning supposed to happen either once in a year or quarterly or by year, whatever it is. Okay, it could be year, Okay, it could be once in a year. Okay, it could be once in a year, or it could be a quarterly. Okay, it could be quarter, or it could be by quarter. Okay, so whatever it is, correct? So these are the things is going to happen. The next forecasting, most likely, either it's a monthly or a period level exercise. Okay, period level exercise. So point is, if you look at here, consolidation requires data every period. Okay, every period. The actuals are required. So actuals comes for every period. Okay, the actuals are coming from every period. We already talked about these three things. If you're not sure, I think one of the exercises we did, you really need to understand these things. Okay, so what you need to understand: actual data, planned data, forecast data. What is actual? Okay, what is? So we need to know this one. What is actual? What is actual? What is actual? What is planned? What is forecast? Okay, we need to know these three. So what exactly this means with some business example, and also we need to know what is actual data, what is planned data, what is forecast data. Okay, so these things, if you don't know, we I think covered in the class. I used an example, the travel situation that I was telling you. Correct? I want to go from Sacramento to San Francisco, and the time that I planned for 2 hours, the actual time it took 4 hours. Then when I was in the middle, I was doing a forecast. So I did cover. You should go back and look at this and get a better idea. So for this, you need the actual data. We need actuals. Okay, we need actuals. We need actual by every period. By every period. By every period. So by every period, we need actuals. Okay, by every period, we need actuals. So this is, it's not by every period. So that's why I told you, we can use the master data. So this actuals may or may not be usable. Why? This is by period. The frequency is not by period. So this is yearly, then quarterly. So this is not like, this is not, we no need actuals by period. Okay, we may not need. Okay, we may not need. So actuals by period. I may not expect the actuals by period. Okay, so we just have to understand how the process interconnected to each other. Okay, from business side, look at it, how often they're doing this one. They're doing once in a year, once in a month, whatever it is. Then I need the data. If it is not a once in a month, then I know the data. Okay, so these are all good points. You should know this one. So when you go to a client, if someone asks you, like, what is the frequency of forecast? Okay, you can say by quarterly, by period, whatever. Planning, it may not be monthly. Okay, there's nobody has time to do plan by month. Right? It's ridiculous. So you should know all of those points, and also you should be able to understand like what is the difference between planning and consolidation. So coming here, what I'm saying, it's good to have both planning and consolidation in the same environment. Okay, it's good to have both planning and consolidation in the same environment. So coming to why do we want to have this one? So this can allow you to share the master data. Okay, this can allow you to share the master data. Okay, example, what kind of master data? Time, entity, okay, time, entity, or it could be the category, okay, time, category, entity. So these type of master data, the company code, cost center, business unit, all those type of master data, you can share both planning as well as consolidation. Okay, so both planning and consolidation. Sometimes you may be able to share the transaction data, the actuals. It depends on what the frequency, the level of details, and all of those. Okay, but point is, for sure, you can share the master data. So the key point, what you need to know from environment point of view. Okay, so master data across environment cannot be shareable. Okay, data across environment. Okay, data across environment we cannot share. Across environment can't be shareable. So you cannot share the master data across environment. Okay, you cannot share the master data across environment. So what I'm saying about, okay, so when you go to the backend BPC, so if you notice, we have two different environments, correct? In this particular case, and go to administration. On the top of the administration, okay, hold on, back to administration, 1 second. So home, okay, so when I click on planning and consolidation administration, okay, 1 second, you see this one? So you have multiple environments. When you change one environment to another environment, I'm going to change environment. So right now, I'm in the consolidation. I'm changing back to my planning environment. When I click on planning environment, so the context will be changed. That means it is in a different folder. Okay, it is in a different folder. So it doesn't know how to go to the other folder and get the data. Okay, and get the data. So you can basically move the okay, data from one environment to another environment through the backend. The front end doesn't know how to read the data. Okay, on the backend you can do all of those. On the front end side, it does not know how to share data across two different environments. Other point, what you need to know, you can bring an environment online and offline. Okay, so for example, when I want to bring an environment to online and offline, I can do that. Okay, so when I go to manage environment, you see the status. It says online, offline. Okay, you have an option to do an environment online, offline. So the another key point you should know, you can bring an environment. Okay, you can bring an environment. You can bring an environment. You can bring an environment either online or offline. Okay, either online or offline, either online and offline. Now, either online or offline. So what does online offline mean, Kiran? So what is online offline? I know online is going to allow you to access. Offline, it may not allow you to access certain functions. Right? So what is online offline means? So what I'm trying to say, when you go to BPC, when you select an environment, you see the status is online or offline. This tells you what am I connected right now. Okay, and on the top you see this one. You can say user activity. You can set template version. You can do change status, and you can copy and create another one. So all of those you could do here. Okay, all of those you could do here. So what is my question? What is an environment offline and online and offline means? Okay, so online means it's basically like read and write. Offline means read only. Okay, offline means read only. You can read this one. This is read only. Okay, this is read only. Online means read and write. You can read them and write them. So, for example, if you want to, if you are performing a maintenance activity, such as uploading master data or cleaning up some of those, data has been already done. So, in that case, you can bring to offline where user can on the backend. You are doing on the backend, so that user cannot access this to front end. Okay, so any activity on the backend you can continue to perform. So through the front end, which is the BPC admin, user cannot able to access this one. So this is basically offline. Online means read only. Okay, so read and write. Okay, online means read and write. You can read the data, you can write the data. So anyway, so these are the key points you should know from environment perspective. Okay, so we should know what is involved environment. It's a folder. In the backend, it's called an info area. In the player release, it was called an application set. Between planning and consolidation, you can use common environments. The reason by doing that way, you are sharing the master data. No duplicate sets of data. Okay, you are not duplicating your master data. Next is you can bring an environment online, offline. Online means read and write. Offline means read only. Okay, so these are the key points you should know. Again, we can keep talking the same thing, but we should move on. So that is number one point we should know. Okay, number one point we should know what is an environment and how do we create this one. So don't create any environment. It's going to take a lot of time because it has to copy all the objects and everything. So you can use whatever is assigned to you. Okay, you can use whatever is assigned to you. So all right, the next what we need to understand, models. Okay, this connects back to your process. Okay, so the next thing what you need to know, process, model. Okay, so the next thing what I'm talking about, once you're done with the environment, so this is the first point. If you want to work in BPC, when you log into BPC, okay, so let me log out. So when you log into BPC, so it's going to ask you to choose an environment. If it's already assigned to you, it's fine. If it is not, it's going to ask you to choose. Okay? It's going to ask you to choose. The moment you log into BPC, what you can see the start page. Okay, so it is the start page. 1 second. It's still coming up. All right, you see the start page, right? In the start page, okay, you can see EPM Office add in Excel. So that is a user interface, an Excel interface. This is a Word. User can do Word. PowerPoint, it's primarily for an executive presentation. Last is administration. To see the environment and other thing, go to planning and consolidation administration. When you go to planning and consolidation administration, on top you see manage all environment, change environments. Okay, so here you can go and set the status. Okay, here you can, so based on what level of access you have, you can set the status. So point what I'm trying to say here is here. So if you look at here, so we put everything in a separate environment. Okay, that's because that's how we wanted to carry this. Okay, but in a real world, this all can be done in the same environment. Okay, for example, So this is basically the planning side. This is basically the consolidation side. So if I want to put both in the same, I can do both in the same. Okay, I can put both in the same. So if you don't want to do this, then I can move them into a separate one too. Okay, so this is something that like now you have to make during the design side how you want to go to design it. Okay, all right. So now we understand this one. The next important point what we need to know, the models. This plays a direct role to your business side. Okay, this plays a direct role to business side. So the next what we are talking about, what is a model in BPC? Okay, what is a model in BPC? So model in BPC is nothing but info cube on the back end. Okay, since it goes to Hana, it's a Hana optimized real-time info cube. Okay, so the next is what BPC model. Model in BPC. Model in SAP BPC. So what is a model in SAP BPC? So this is nothing but a real-time info cube. Okay, this is nothing but a real-time info cube. Okay, a model is nothing but a real-time info cube. So real-time info cube. Okay, real-time info cube. This is nothing but real-time info cube. Okay, in SAP Hana. Okay, in SAP Hana via SAP BW. Okay, a real-time info cube in SAP Hana via BW. Okay, via BW. That means the actual model done at the BW level, the physical tables are at the Hana level. The physical tables are at the Hana level. So coming back here, whenever we say model in SAP BPC, that represents the structure. Okay, that represents the structure. I know there's a lot of deep experts in the class who understand BW. What is an info cube in BW means? Okay, what is an info cube? Okay, in BW means. So can anyone comment on this? What is an info cube? So when you go to BW, I'm going to BW. Okay, I'm in BW. So this is an info cube. Okay, business planning and consolidation. I connect it to environment shell. That's nothing but your app shell. When I go inside, I see a lot of cubes. Okay, this is a cube that we created, and this is the consolidation cube, and this is a class demo cube, and all of those we've done actually. Correct? So if you look at here, the pencil says it's a real-time cube, and it says a Hana optimized cube. So this is what it is. Okay, if you want to understand, let's go ahead and build one. Okay, let's go ahead and build one. So I'm connected to a different one. Let me log out and log in back and create one here. Okay, so I'm going back to my BPC of Hana. So I'm logging in. Okay, I'm logging in. So this is the 1 second. What I'm trying to create a model. Okay, it could be a financial model. It could be like revenue model. It could be cost model. It could be volume model, or it could be headcount model. Whatever that model is, right? So now I'm going to go to create a model. You have to go to planning, consolidation, administration. That's an admin function. So when you go to admin function, select model. When you select model, on the top it gives a new option. Click new. Now give a name. Okay, I'm going to call JP class demo. Okay, on 06/16/2013. Okay, so this is basically a financial sales revenue model. This model is planned for sales revenue. Okay, it's a revenue model, sales revenue model. So ID and description. Click next. Now it is going to ask you what kind of model. This is where your process comes into picture. Okay, remember I was saying. So my intent is capture sales revenue. What is sales revenue? That's financial. I want to capture headcount. What is headcount? That's a standard model. That's not a financial. Okay? That's not a financial. So here is where you need to look at your process, understand what model should I choose for. Since I told clearly it's a sales revenue, it's a financial. Okay? All right. Click next. So now it is going to ask you, hey, you told it's a financials. I already find some financials. Do you want to use the existing one as a template and create yours? Or do you want to create a blank one? It's up to you. I'm going to use an existing one. It's easy, simple. Now it is asking you to choose, hey, these are the financial models I'm seeing. Which one you want to use? I'm going to use the planning one. Click next. So now it's going to ask you, hey, these are the different dimensions you can use. What do you mean with dimensions? How do I look at my financial information? You can look at my accounts. You can look at my entity. You can look at my intercompany transaction, or you can look at the product, or you can look at the currency. You can look at the dimension. That is why it's called multi-dimensional data model. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a table, okay, where you can see rows and columns. You can look at the same financials. your sales revenue, by product, by time, by intercompany, by entity, by accounts, correct? So by account, what account you're talking about? Internal sales, external sales, pre-tax sales, correct? So taxables, all of those, correct? So everything you can look at in the account level, correct? So this is again going back to how much you know about SAP on the back end. For example, you take the BPC table. The BPC table transaction report on account level, correct? So this is also goes on account level, correct? Every account you should be able to see what's happening. Or the accounts should roll up, okay? For example, if I'm looking for total net income, so I should know how to create a net income, okay? It should all roll up. So all such process is going to come here. Don't think it's just like, oh, I'm going to create this dimension. Heck, that's not how it's going to work. You truly need to know how does it relate back to the end product financials, correct? If I'm creating my P&L, in the P&L, there's a line item net income. How does my net income been calculated? How does the hierarchy been rolled up? All of those, it falls under the account dimension, okay? So these are the dimensions that allows you. Click next. So now it confirms everything. It's going to go ahead and create the model, okay? So the point what I'm trying to make, on the front end, it is called the model. On the back end, it is nothing but a real-time info queue, which is Hana optimized, correct? Which is Hana optimized. 1 second. So it's still creating. You will go back and look at it. So whenever we say an info cube, okay, whenever we say info cube, we are referring fact table with the number of dimensions, okay? We have centralized fact table with the number of dimensions. So model has been created. Close this and go back to the back end. So now on the back end, you can see this one. So you could do two things. You have to refresh. You can do refresh at this level, sub-tree level, or you can do repeat the same transaction code one more time. Anything is fine. Let's do the sub-tree level. Okay, I'm going to do refresh. When I do refresh, I should be able to see the model that what we created. Okay, so the model that what we created, it's here. So this is the model I created. So if you're not sure, right click, go to the change. Okay, go to change or display, anything is fine. So here you can see it's a real time. Okay, here you can see it's a real time. And here you can see it's Hana optimized. Okay, it's Hana optimized info queue. So we need to understand when we say model on the front end, what that means in the back end. This is what it is. Now go to right click and go to change or display, anything is fine. So here you can see all the remaining, the table that is linked to this, okay? All other table that has been linked to here actually, okay? So now I'm going back and look at all the tables, like the dimensions that has been linked here, okay? All the dimensions has been linked here. So point is, we just have to understand, like now, when we create a model on the front end, how on the back end it's been created, okay? How it has been created. It is a account-based model. It has only one key figure. So going back here, when we say model in BPC, okay, model in BPC, it represents a real-time info cube in BW, okay, in BW. So this is basically the actual message in BW, okay, real-time info cube in BW. Time being, we just hold on to Hana because still we are going through the BW, okay. So this is, I'm just going to keep this like this, you'll understand. So point is, we just need to know when we create a model on the front end, how does it back end it looks like. So why it is called real time, okay? So since it's a real time, it allows the user to enter data in, manually enter data and save data. If it is not a real time cube, it's not going to let you do that, okay? So the reason it's a real time cube, the users are allowed to. Since it's a real time cube, okay, since it is a real time cube, since it's a real time cube, since it's a real time cube, since it is a real-time cubes, this allows the user, okay, allows the users to create and store, okay, the plan and forecast data, or any data, okay, or any data as needed, okay, as needed. So if it is not a real-time data, you cannot do this one, okay, as needed. Since it's a real-time cube, okay, non-real-time cube does not allow you to do this one, okay, non-real-time BW cubes, okay, non-real-time BW cubes does not allows the users to perform, okay, the same function, okay, So same function. So if it is not a real-time queue, the users are not allowed to perform the same function. Okay, these two cannot perform the same function. Understand? Okay, understand. So read more about real-time and non-real-time queues. No need to memorize anything. Just get an idea. Okay, note. Read more about. Okay, read more about real-time and non-real-time. Okay, non-real-time queues. Okay, non-real-time queues in SAP BW. And the other point you need to know, okay, what you need to know, account-based model, key figure-based model. That means every cube you build in BPC, it's an account-based model. That means it will have only one KPI, okay, only one KPI. So if it is not, then you cannot do this. The model comes after creating the dimension, right? Yeah, you have to have the, I copied them, there was a question. If you notice, it asked me whether I wanted to copy from an existing one or use create my own. I use copy from an existing one. Okay, I am trying to show you how the front end reflects the back end. We have not designed, we have not built any model. We are going to design, we are going to build it. My friend, is that clear now? So, okay, what I showed to you, how the front end communicates to the back end. Whatever you're looking at the front end, what does this mean the back end? All right, let's move on. So, other key point what you need to know on the model side. Okay, there are many topics to cover in model. We have not done it actually, right? There are many topics to cover. So the other key point that what you need to know, one point is why it is called a real-time info queue. Okay, why it is called real-time. Since it's a real-time info queue, you can do this one. Other point what you need to know, you can change the queue from real-time to real-time to non-real-time. So for example, so this queue has been created. Right-click on the queue. You see this one planning specific property. Go here. When you go here, change real-time load behavior. Select this one. When you select this one, it gives you two options. One option it gives you, one is planning allowed, planning not allowed. Okay, planning allowed, planning not allowed. So at any given point in time, you can change the BPC model into real time or non-real time. Okay, so at any given point in time, you can change a BPC model into real time or non-real time. So at any given point in time, okay, at any given point in time, okay, at any given point in time, you can change a BPC model into a real time, okay, into a real time or non-real time, okay, non-real time cubes, okay, non-real time cubes, okay, non-real time cubes. So what does this mean? As you know, if it's real time, planning allowed. If it's not a real time, planning is not allowed. You cannot do planning. Okay, you cannot build input forms and enter data. You cannot build input forms and enter data. So, point to what you need to know. If it is a real time, then planning is allowed. Okay, if it's not a real time, no planning is allowed. Okay, so you can change this one on the back end as I told you. So, real time, planning allowed. Non-real time, planning not allowed. Data load allowed. Okay, so this is planning allowed. Okay, this is real time. If it is a real time, okay, real time, planning allowed. Okay, planning allowed. So you can see planning allowed. If it's a real time, you can see the planning. Okay, you can see the planning is allowed here. If it is not a real time, then no planning allowed. Okay, it's only data loads allowed. Okay, so not real time. It is not a real time. Other point what you need to know, not a real time. Okay, not a real time. If it is not a real time, only data load allowed. Planning not allowed. Okay, planning not allowed. Planning not allowed. So here I have data load not allowed. You cannot use ETL process. Okay, data load. Okay, data load via SAP BW. Okay, via SAP BW not allowed. Okay, so we cannot do data load by using this option. Okay, by using this option, there is no way you can do data load. Okay, there is no way you can do data load. So that's another point we need to know. If it is not a real time, okay, if it is not a real time, you are not allowed to do planning, but data load allowed. We can perform data load. So these points you should know how to change from data load to support data load. 1 second. So data load allowed here. Okay, data load allowed here. So these points you should know. Why we need to know? Sometimes you will run the backend data load. You are not allowed the user to do planning. Sometimes you will allow the user to do planning and data load not allowed. So these are all different options. You can think about it based on when to do what. Based on that, you can control this flow. Okay, you can control this flow. But the point what I'm trying to make, how do we change this behavior? So go back to the model what you built. If this is a model that you built, okay, if this is a model that is built, right click on the model, you see this option, planning specific property. Under the planning specific property, go to change property, correct? Real-time load behavior. So this will allow you to. Right now it says data load not allowed. Okay. Right now it says I can switch this back to data load allowed or planning not allowed. Change this one. Now this is going to be planning not allowed and data load is allowed. So you can change as needed. It is not an issue. Okay. It's not, at any time you can change this one. Okay. You can change this one. So this is something that you should know. If you are really interested, I would recommend one more thing. How does this impact? Okay, how does this changing this behavior? Okay, you can change this at any time. How does this impact your request ID? Every time when you load data, for example, every time when I load data, okay, right click. So 1 second, right click, go to manage. Okay, 1 second. It's kind of taking some time. Right click, go to manage. Okay, when you go to manage, come on. Hold on. Yes. Sometimes this mouse does weird things. Let me use my external mouse. Okay, so we'll go to manage. Okay, go to manage. So here you can see request ID. Again, it is not you have to go and do right away. If you have time, if you really want to know the backend how it behaves, so there is certain level of change in the behavior on the request ID. Okay, so you can see this one. Come on, what is this? You see this one? Every time when you create a load of request, there's a request ID has been created. Okay, there is a request ID has been created. So you do need to understand this one. What I would suggest, read and understand impact of this on the request ID. Okay, note. So read and understand the impact. Okay, the impact of the request ID. Impact of the request ID. Okay, request ID when you change this one. Okay, when you change this one. All right. The other point what you need to know, the difference between an account-based model and key figure-based model. Okay, so what is an account-based model and key figure-based model? BPC follows an account-based model, not a key figure-based model. Okay, so what is this account-based model and key figure-based model? Okay, so SAP BPC. Okay, SAP BPC follows an account-based model. Okay, follows an account-based model. Account-based model. So what is an account-based model? Instead of key figure-based model. Instead of a key figure-based model. Okay, key figure-based model. So what is exactly this means? Every cube that you look at in BPC all has only one KPI. Okay, it does not have more than one KPI. So point is, when you look at a BPC info cube on the backend, so close this. Okay, any cube you touch, all the cubes are based on single key figures. That means you don't have multiple key figures. Okay, for example, when you look at your financial posting, you have a debit posting, you have a credit posting. But when it comes to BPC, both goes into the same field. It's not going to go in a different field. Okay, it is not going to go to a different field. So that is why I was saying it's an account-based model. Hold on. Why does it very slow? Okay. Just a second. So I'm going back to BPC. Okay, the backend. Every table that you can touch, every model that you touch in BPC. Come on. So every model that you touch in BPC, for example, right-click planning. Okay, go to display or change, do a display. So when you go to display, you can see it has only one KPI. Okay, key figure. See at the bottom key figure, expand this. Okay, expand this one. Okay, when you see here, it has only signed data. Now go to ownership. Okay, any model, any cube you would take out. Okay, click change or display. Display is fine. So when you go there, what you see here actually, same thing. When you expand, you will see only key figure, only one key figure. It's called signed data. Okay, it's called signed data. So what does this mean? Typically, if you look at your financial posting, you have debit posting, credit posting. Okay, so but when it comes to BPC, it is not in a two separate one. Okay, it's not in two separate ones. It's in a single field. So for example, when you go to the back end of ECC, there you can see debit and credit posting. But when it comes to BPC, it is not going to be in that level. So for example, in your ECC table, in your SAP ECC, so what you have, okay, in your SAP, for example, you take this one, GL postings. Okay, GL postings. When you take your GL postings, what you see in the GL postings? In the GL postings, you see debit posting and credit posting. Okay, you have two postings. Okay, one is debit posting. Okay, debit posting, debit posting. So one is the debit posting, another is the credit posting. Okay, debit posting, another one is the credit posting. Okay, debit posting and credit posting. But when it comes to BPC, this is not going to be this way. Okay, so this is a debit posting, and I also have credit posting. Okay, when you look at the GL postings, you see this. Okay, you see this one. So debit and credit posting. But when it comes to BPC, okay, so when it comes to BPC, there you have one single KPI. So these are all two separate columns in the GL, okay, in your GL entry. If you look at your GL very closely, you will understand this one. In your GL, so these are all two separate fields. But when it comes to BPC, so these two will become into single KPI, which is called signed data, which is called signed data. So what does this mean? BPC does not support multiple. So we need to do currency, we need to do data conversion. So these two fields, okay, these two fields should have to be in one single KPI, okay, one single KPI. So point is how to do, we'll come there. I want to make sure you understand when you have more than one KPI, that is called a key figure based model. We have single KPI, that is called an account based model, okay, account based model. So if you look at your financials, you can see this one, okay, you can see this one. So now I'm just connecting this to this guy, okay, connecting this to this guy. So point is, this is called an account-based model in BPC. In other systems, it's a key figure-based model. Account-based model, only one KPI. Okay, this is account-based model. Okay, this is an account-based model. So this is an account-based model. That means it has only one key figure. If it's a key figure-based model, more than one KPI. Okay, more than one KPI. So this we won't call an account-based model. This we call key figure-based model. Okay, this is we call key figure-based model. Key figure-based model. Why? It's more than one KPI. You can verify this one. Okay, you can verify this one. So for example, so you can look at the business content. Okay, so go to business content. So SAP BI content. Okay, SAP BI content. When you look at SAP BI content, so there you can see BI content. Let me go to BI content. Okay, hold on. I'm fine with anything. It's fine. Okay, hold on. It's going somewhere else. So I want to show you that, like, the debit posting and credit posting, SAP BI content, that's what it is. Okay. I'm not sure what the URLs are, like, 1 second. This should maybe give you, yes, this is what I was looking for. So, okay, so now I'm going to, this is all SAP business content. Now go to financials. Under financials, go to GL. Okay, financial accounting, under GL. Under GL, look for any other data source. I'm going for data source. So this is the data source SAP provides. Look for general GL transactional figures. Okay, GL transactional figures. So here you can see total debit posting, total credit posting. Okay, so this is how in the transaction side. But when you go to SAP BPC, it doesn't understand what heck debit posting, what credit posting. What does this mean? Okay, what does this mean? So that means in ECC, understand, ladies and gentlemen, this is important to know. Okay, in ECC, this is ECC. Okay, let's say this is posting period. Okay, let's say this is posting period. Okay, this is my posting period. Okay, this is posting period. Currency. Okay, this is my currency. So this is my currency, and this is basically like account. This is my account, and here's debit or credit. Okay, debit or credit. Okay, debit or credit. So here you see whether it's a debit or credit. Okay, currency. Hold on. Currency. So this is in ECC. How do you show posting period? Jan of 2011. Okay, 2013. All right, got it. In what currency? It's in local currency. Okay, in what currency this is? It's in local currency. What is the account? Let's say it's a net income. Okay, let's say it's a net income. I'm just throwing some account. Okay, keep in mind. Net income. All right, or taxable income. Whatever account it is, correct? So I'm going to say debit is this much. Okay, credit is going to be this much, correct? I'm just putting some number. So now when it comes to BPC, I cannot store this way, okay? BPC, these two are in a single column, okay? So these two goes into a single column, okay? So these are all two separate columns. So these are all two separate columns. So this is in ECC, okay? This is in ECC. This story is in ECC. This is in ECC, okay? This is in SAP ECC side. So this data source, what we are looking at right now, it is from ECC. When I go to ECC, in ECC, I'm looking at financial, GL, financial transaction, by looking at this one in the data source, in the data source where I can get all the postings, correct? See this one, account number, company code, business area, so and so, all of those things. It's coming down to two things, correct? What you see here, total debit posting, total credit posting. It's a calculated, but still it's a KPI. But when it comes to BPC, BPC does not store this way. In BPC, these are all transformed. The columns are transformed into rows, okay? So how do we do? Part of the exercise, we'll deal this one. But I wanted to make sure you understand what do you mean by a key figure-based model and account-based model, okay? What do you mean by key figure-based model and account-based model, okay? So I need to understand this, then I can post this one. So when it comes to BPC, how does it work in BPC? BPC does not store this way, okay? So what it's going to be, it's going to call signed data, okay? It's going to call signed data. All right, let's get rid of this column, okay? Remove this column, okay, come on. So I'm going to delete this column, okay? So now what is going to happen? Net income D, okay? Net income dash debit, okay? Net income dash debit. So this is basically identifies based on the account, whether it's a debit or credit. Then same thing, I'm going to take this one, okay? I'm going to take this one. So this conversion has to happen, okay? This conversion has to happen. So this is not a debit, it's going to be credit, okay? It's going to be credit. So this is going to be credit actually, okay? So this is going to be credit, and this is 1,000. I'm just making you understand how it works in BPC. This is how it's in BPC, okay? So this is how it's in BPC. This is how it's in BPC, and this is how, okay? This is how it's in ECC, BPC, sorry, ECC. So what we call it a key figure-based model, okay? This is key figure-based model, multiple KPIs, okay? This is key figure-based model, key figure-based model, okay? And since it has multiple KPIs, many KPIs, okay? Many KPI, okay? Many KPI. And this is account-based model, single KPI we talked about, correct? Understand, please understand, correct? These are all very key important information. When we say model, it's a real-time cube. I told you what real-time cube means. Second, you need to understand, you can at any given point in time change a queue from real-time to non-real-time. When you change this one, there's impact to the request ID. I want you to read and understand it is not a critical message for you to. But you should know how to change the behavior. Okay? And you also need to know what happens when you change the behavior. The next key point, what you need to know, the type that is involved. That is an account-based model or a key figure-based model. In ECC, these are all account-based, key figure-based model. In BPC, these are all account-based model. The difference between account and key figure, in account, single KPI, in key figure, multiple KPI. Okay, in key figure, multiple KPI. So we really need to know this one. That's because when we do bring data from ECC into BPC, we should know this one. Okay. So as I explained, this is a data source which will give you data for consolidation. 0 FIGL set. Okay. If you are using new ledgers, correct? If you are using new GL, it's 12. If you are using old GL, it's 10, right? What is this? These are all business current we are going to cover. You need to know this one, okay? You really need to know this one. So it is one of the most valuable information for you to understand how do we convert a account-based model, as a key figure-based model into an account-based model. You run into these challenges. All right. The second point, the next point, what you need to understand in this one, it's extremely important, the type of model that you build. This directly goes back to processes, financial processes, okay? The next is SAP BPC model, SAP BPC model type, okay? Model type. So I'm going to respond to all your questions at the end. I don't want to distract in between. Just keep posting your question. I'll take a look at the end. I'll answer your question, okay? The next is what we need to understand the type of model that BPC supports, okay? SAP BPC model. Okay, what does this mean? What does a model type mean? Model type is, Kiran, can you tell me what is the significance of model type? Kiran, are you there? Can you hear me? If you're able to hear me, can you tell what is the significance of the model type? Okay, what is the significance of the model type? So what I'm talking about, when you go to BPC, I'm trying to go to BPC now. When I try to build the model, go to model, you see this option model type. Okay, you see this option model type. What we are trying to understand, what is the impact of this to the business side? Okay, what is the impact of this to the business side? So my question to Kiran are people who knows about this stuff. What is the significance? Why do I need to understand the model type? Kiran? So I'm trying to ask you, what is the significance of model type? Okay, I just don't need a lengthy answer. 1 or 2 lines is fine. So can you tell Kiran, what is the need or significance or importance of this model type? What is the importance of this model type? Okay, what is model type determined? Okay, let me ask you this one. What is the model type determines? What the model type determines? What the model type determines? Okay, what the model type determines? So what is the importance or what is the model type determines here? Any idea? I got some response. Someone is saying, Venkat is saying consolidation. No, come on, that's not what it is, friend. Consolidation planning is what I'm asking for. That everybody knows about it, friend. So that everybody knows about it. What I'm asking, by looking at the screen, my friend, friend, by looking at this screen, everybody knows consolidation planning, all of those, friends. That is not what my question is. So if you come to the screen, oh, model type is planning, consolidation, all of those, that you know. Okay, you don't need me here, correct? Looking at the screen, you'll understand, correct? What I'm asking, what is important? Why do I need to know from business point of view? Why do I need to know this from business point of view? Okay, so that's the important thing we need to know. Okay, so going back here, okay, I wanted to think through. So from business point of view, the business need to understand, okay, what is this model playing a role in their process, correct? So how do we educate this one? So we need to tell this to the business side. All right, so let me start what I am going to talk. Model type determines the type of data that we are going to store. Okay, model type determines the type of data is going to store in the model. Model type, okay, model type determines, okay, determines the type of the data. Okay, the type of the data. Okay, the type of the data that we are going to store in the model. Okay, the type of the data that we are going to store in the model. Type of the data that we are going to store in the model. That we are going to store. Okay, we are going to store in the model. So what kind of data we are going to store? It's predetermined. It is not that you can choose yours. Okay. Since it's a pre-configured package, you have to choose. Okay. Hold on. So since it's a pre-configured package, you need to choose what kind of data we are going to store in this one. Okay. Come on. Going to store. Okay. So what kind of data we're going to store in the model? Okay. So point number 1, this type determines what kind of data you're going to store. Okay. What kind of data you're going to store. Example, financials, non-financials, okay? Example, so example, these are all financial information, okay? Example, financials, okay? Example, financial information, okay? Financial data. Example, non-financial data, okay? Example, non-financial data. Example, ownership information. Example, currency exchange rate information, okay? So these are all different type of data you store, okay? So that means the model intended, designed to store only these data, okay? Technically, okay, you can store anything, but process level, this is the data it's going to hold. Financial, non-financial, rates, okay? Exchange rate, ownership, okay? Ownership. None of this information, okay? It is not financial, it is not rate, it is not ownership, none of this information, okay? So any data you take, it's going to fall under any one of this category. We are not talking about a social media, okay? We are not talking about unstructured data, okay? We are talking about the data which is required to deal this one. So this is point number 1 we need to know when we talk about model type, okay? What type of data we are going to store in the model, either it's a financial, non-financial, rate, or ownership, FX rate, correct? Currency translation rate. All right, or ownership information. So this is what we are going to store, okay? This is what we are going to store here. All right, the second point what you need to know, okay, the second point what you need to know. So we understood it's going to strictly let you store only these type of data. If you are not done properly, then it's going to be a problem, okay? Then you're going to create a problem, okay? The second is going to be what it's going to do the model actually. The model will allow you to find out, correct? Whether you can report the data or not, okay? The model will determine whether you can report or not. That means whether I can create a financial information, financial statement or not, or any report, okay? So model type determines whether you can report the model data, whether you can report, okay? Whether you can report, okay? Report the model data, report the model data, report the model data as requested by business, as requested by business. So based on the business request, can I report this data? Okay. So what does this mean? The model divided into two broader categories: reporting, non-reporting. Okay. Model divided into two broader categories: reporting model, non-reporting model. Okay. So the main focus right now, can I create my financial statements? Okay. That means cash flows, P&L, balance sheet. Can I create this one? So under here, what does this mean? You can create reporting model, non-reporting model. Okay. You can create reporting model, non-reporting model. Okay. Reporting model, non-reporting model. Reporting model, non-reporting model. That means you cannot report in this one. Okay. You cannot report this one. One is report under non-reporting. Okay. Non-reporting model. Under reporting model, you have models like, financials, consolidation. So generic. Okay. Standard ones. So financial, consolidation, generic one. Okay? So that means the standard one. So under here, you can have other models. Okay? So under this category, if it's a reporting, it could be financial model. It could be financial model. It could be financial model. That means I can create financial statements. By using this one, I can create financial statements. Or I can do consolidation. Okay, I can do consolidation. Okay, I can do consolidation. It could be consolidation model. Or it could be a standard model. Or it could be a standard model. It is not financial. It is not for consolidation. It could be headcount planning. It could be sales volume planning. It could be so and so. Okay, it could be so and so. So this is non-financial standard model. This is standard model. Standard model is nothing but non-financial. Nothing but non-financial. So this is non-financial. So these are the different models which come under reporting. Okay, financial. Okay, financial model. So point is, these models are reportable. Okay, these models are reportable. So if you look at what we are talking about, the model type determines two things: whether you can report or not. Second, what kind of data you can store here. Okay, what kind of data you can store here. So if you look at, if it's a financial model, obviously I can create financial statements. Okay, obviously I can create a financial statement. If it's a consolidation, I can do consolidation. If it's a standard non-financial, I can create this one. So what we need to know, by using this model, if it's a financial, if it's a consolidation, okay, so you can create the financial statements. By using this one, we can create, okay, the financial statement. By using this one, you can create a financial statement. Okay, what kind of financial statement we're talking about? Okay? So we can create the same thing, balance sheet. Okay, we can create a balance sheet. We can create a cash flows. We can create a cash flows. Okay, we can create cash flows. We can create P&Ls. Okay, we can create P&Ls or anything around the financials. Okay, we can do all of those. So this model allows you to create. Okay, remember I was talking about the guy who created healthcare planning. He put all in one. Okay, the report was struggling. Okay, the report was struggling. The client is expecting to just create the people. Okay, people side of it, which is nothing but identifying number of people required per period by cost center. Okay, by entity. It's a global company. Now they put everything in one model. So this is a financial model where we can create these guys. If it's a standard model, it is not a financial model. If it's a standard model, we cannot build any of those. Okay. So now we are talking about non-financial standard model. So this is not what we are going to do here. So what is it I'm going to create here? So here I cannot create any of this one. Okay. What is that I can create here? So these are all the report you create there, right? Financial statement. What is it I can create here? Here I can create headcount. Okay. Here I can create headcount. Here I can create sales volume. Okay. Sales volume. Okay. Sales volume. Okay. Sales volume. Okay. Sales volume. How much I'm going to sell. Okay. How much I'm going to sell. Sales volumes. Right? So those are the type of reports you can build here. Okay. Those are the type of reports. Right? So these are all different reports you create. Okay. These are all different reports you create. Right? So I hope you understand. Number one, it determines what value you can store. Number two, whether you can report by using this value or not. All right. So now we looked at the reporting model. Now let's look at non-reporting model. Okay. Now let's look at non-reporting model. If it is not a reportable model, if it's not a, what does it comes under here? What kind of value that we can store here? So this is also called a supporting model. Okay. This is also called supporting model. What does this mean? So here we are talking about FX rate. Okay. The rate model. We can store the rate model.
and we can store the ownership information. We can store the ownership information. We can store the ownership information, and we can have a generic one. It is not a rate. It is not a ownership. It could be unit of measure. Okay, it could be unit of measure. That's a generic model. So when you go to the BPC, you can see both of those. Okay, I'm going to BPC. So in BPC, I can see the model type. Okay, I can see the model type. You see this one? Under reporting, you see this one. Under non-reporting, that is nothing but drivers and rates, exchange rate, ownership, generic. This is what I was talking about. Okay, if it is a generic one, okay, if it is a generic one, so what is this we are going to do? Okay, what is this we are going to do? As you notice, this will store exchange rate, this will store ownership information, and this will store like the generic information such as unit of measure. Okay, such as unit of measure. Okay, so I want to store my unit of measure. And labor rates. Okay, labor rates could vary based on like multiple factors. Labor rates, unit of measure. Okay, unit of measures. So all those information I can store here. Okay, all those information I can store here. So when you look at model, the model basically divided into two broader categories: reporting, non-reporting. It's very important. The next exercise we are going to do a data model design. Okay, so I'm going to give problems such as capital, assets, operating expenses. So for that one, how do you design your model? That you need to do. Okay, that you need to do. So that's again not a technical side. It's more of the business side. You need to know the business, what business is trying to do. Then only you can come up with a solution. All right. So we understood what's reporting. We understood non-reporting. The other key point, what we need to know, the dependency. Okay, the dependency between models. Correct. So one model can reference another model. So between reporting and non-reporting model, so model references. The second point, what you need to know, model references. One model can reference another model. Okay, model references. It is nothing but the primary key foreign key relationship, PK and FK relationship. Okay, parent-child relationship. Okay, relationship. So or parent and child relationship, parent and child relationship. Okay, so how does the parent-child relationship goes? Okay, so a referential integrity, parent-child relationship. How does the parent-child relationship between model exist? For example, okay, so we need to know this one. For example, if I take financial model, the financial model linked to, okay, the financial model. So if you take a financial model, we could take a financial model. So this financial model linked to, okay, rate model. This linked to rate, it's a built-in function. There's nothing you have to do. Okay, it's linked to the rate model. That means it expects you to have an exchange rate. Okay, so you have to be very careful. Okay, if you are not doing currency conversion, okay, you need to make sure what kind of model you are choosing. The financial model directly connected to rate model. Okay, without this, you cannot create this model at all. If it's a financial model, it directly linked to the rate model. That means you need to know the exchange rates. It expects you need to know this exchange rates. Second is, okay, if it is consolidation model, it linked to two of those. Okay, it linked to this, and it also linked to the ownership model. Okay, so let's say if it is a consolidation model. Okay, if it's a consolidation model, so the consolidation model linked to this and also linked to the ownership model. Okay, it linked to two of those models. Okay, hold on. It is linked to two of this model. So it is not a financial, it is a consolidation. It is a consolidation. It's a consolidation model. If it's a consolidation model, so this model linked to this guy, okay, consolidation model, hold on. So consolidation model linked to the rate model. Okay, come on. I'm going to call cons model. Okay, cons model. So this linked to rate model and also linked to ownership. Okay, also linked to ownership. Why it linked to ownership? To calculate the ultimate ownership. Okay, how do we calculate ownership? So this linked to these guys. Okay, this linked to this guys. So you need to understand when we talk about consolidation model, it linked to the rate model and it also linked to the ownership model. The next is standard model. It does not have any link. Okay, standard model. Standard model, standard model. The standard model does not link to anything. Okay, the standard model does not link to any approach. No connection at all. Okay, no link. Okay, this does not have any link. Okay, don't have any link. This don't have any link at all. So this one does not require to have any reference or any parent-child relationship. No parent-child relationship. No FK and PK. No FK, primary key and foreign key relationship. No FK foreign key relationship. So this is something you should know. Okay, this is something you need to know. So in general, so what we are talking about, The model are divided into reports, non-reporting time. So if we have to build a table, so this is going to be model, okay, this is going to be model group, okay, model group, and what group this comes into, okay, what this important group, model type, model group, and then model type, okay, so hold on, model type, whether it's reporting or non-reporting, model type, okay, whether it's reporting model or non-reporting model, okay, and then the type of model that is involved, okay, type of model under here, type of model, okay, financial model or this one, and parental relationship, dependency, okay. So what is the dependency this has, okay, what is the dependency this has? So the model is in this case reporting model, okay, reporting model. So model type financial, okay, financial. So model type financials, okay, I'm going to call it a financial. 1 second, financial, and this is type of data, okay, it's not a type of model, type of data, okay, type of data, and this is dependencies, okay, this is dependencies. So this is something that you should build by yourself and keep it as a handy. So this is financial model, this is financial information or financial data. So what kind of data it's going to have? Financial data, and this is dependent on a rate model. Okay. Next is again reporting. Under reporting, we have consolidation, and this is financials. Okay, this is financials. Okay, and this is dependent on rate and also ownership. Okay, this is dependent on rate and ownership. The next is standard model. Okay, next is standard model, non-financials. Okay, non-financials, and here we are talking about headcount. We are talking about volume. Okay, all of those. So how do we deal with headcount, volume, all of those? This is no reference. Okay, this is no reference. Next is non-reporting. Okay, next is non-reporting. So the first one is what is involved? Rate. So you really need to understand these functions. Okay, rate. So what does this involve? Exchange rate. Okay, exchange rate. Exchange rate, no dependency. Okay, so next is ownership. Okay, ownership. So what does involve? Ownership information. Okay, ownership information. What kind of ownership? Percentage of ownership, how much I own. Okay, percentage of ownership. Okay, percentage of ownership. How much I control? Percentage of control. Okay, percentage of control. Okay, percentage of ownership, percentage of control, and what method I'm going to use to consolidate. Consolidation method. Okay, percentage to be consolidation. Percentage to be consolidated, percentage to be consolidated, how much I want to consolidate, and consolidation method, okay, cons method, that's an equity method, proportionate method, full method, global method, all of those, okay, so we need to know that one. And this is a dependency, no. The last one is generic model, okay, generic model. So here, what kind of information we are going to say? We are going to say unit of measure, okay, so this is unit of measure. Anything other than rate, unit of measures, okay, unit of measures, and labor rates, okay, etc. So those are the type of information we store here, no dependency. So this is the core information you need to know about the model, okay. So the key points are whether it's an account base or a key figure base, the model type of data, dependency, okay, and how do we see in the backend. So these are the information we need to know. The next topic, okay, to better understand, you can go to BPC. When you go to BPC, build a model. Here you can see. When I select a standard, no dependency. Okay, you don't have anything. Second is what? This is basically like tells you what is the dependency. Third is what? It tells you what is the dependency in this case. If it is a consolidation, it linked to this model. Why it is linked, we will cover when we move on. Okay, if it's an exchange rate, when you select exchange rate, nothing is there. Okay, when you select exchange rate, nothing is there. So on the top, you see model data entry. Okay, what is the difference between periodic and year to date? Okay, so I want you to do some research. Okay, I will give you a quick overview so you understand. Okay, when you store data in a model, you can store in a periodic form, we can store in a year to date form. Okay, when you store data in model, okay, when we store data in a model, okay, we can store them either as a periodic model, okay, one year to date model, and or a periodic model. Number 2 is a periodic model. Default is periodic. Okay, periodic. Okay, this is default. Okay, this is default. This is default. So when you look at the model, okay, when you create a model, it's going to ask you. Okay, when you create a model, by default it's a periodic. You can also change to year to date. Okay, so what does this mean? Let's understand this one, and I wanted to read more. Okay, so keep in mind, next week I'll have a quiz on this one. Okay, next week I have a quiz on this one. So as I told you, the way I want to work with people, only if you are serious. If you're not serious, I don't touch you. You don't touch me. You move on, I move on. All right. So now, when we say year to date and periodic, what does it mean? Now take an example. Okay. Now take an example. I'm doing a posting for a particular period. Okay. I'm doing a posting for a particular period. Okay. So this is basically my period. Okay. So I'm posting for net income. I'm posting net income. So this is for Jan of 2013. This is Feb of 2013. Feb of 2013. This is March of 2013. March of 2013. Okay. So March of 2013. All right. So now let's say I'm going to post in a periodic. Okay. What is this one? So this is my net income. Okay. This is my net income. So this is my net income. So this net income I'm posting. Okay. What is this one? So that's the period I'm posting my net income. Okay. Net income. So how do you post? Okay. What is this one? It's in a periodic posting. Okay. This is the posting takes place at a periodic level. Okay. So the posting takes place at a periodic level. So how do we post this one at a periodic level? So this is $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. Okay. So this is by period. So this is the posting at the periodic level. This is a periodic posting. Okay. What do you call this one? So this is your periodic posting by periodic. Okay. So this is how the data has been stored in the model. It will be stored in a periodic form. By period, you will see net income. Okay. By period, you will see the net income. If you wanted to go for an year-to-date model, okay, if you want to save the data, I don't want to be periodic. I want to change this to year-to-date. Okay. So where do I see? Go to new model. Under new model, give a name and description. Okay. When you give a name and description, go to the next screen. When you go to the next screen, I am changing it to year-to-date. So this is not a periodic. It's an year-to-date. Under the situation, how the data is going to be stored. Okay. It is not periodic. It's an year-to-date format. Okay. So the same net income, this will be 100, this will become 300. Okay. So this will become 300 and this will become 600. Okay. This will become 600. So what does this mean? Okay. In this situation, the Fed includes, okay, Jan also. March includes, okay, the other month too. So when you come here, so this automatically includes, okay, in a year-to-date format, it includes both Jan as well as the Feb. So here you have Jan, okay, and Feb together. Okay. Jan and February together. So this includes, you can have Jan and you can have February. So this will be very useful when you go for consolidation. Okay, very useful in the consolidation side. So this is February. Okay, this is February. Okay, so it includes Jan and also includes Feb. So when I come here, so this includes Jan, Feb, and March. Okay, Jan, Feb, and March. So this is also includes March. Okay, this also includes March. So it includes all 3 months. Okay, this includes all 3 months. So this is how the year-to-date format is different than periodic format. Okay, year-to-date format is different than a periodic format. I really wanted to read and understand so that you have better visibility. When the data is stored in the queue on the backend, it stores in this form. You can tell them. Okay, for consolidation, this is a good option. For consolidation, this is a good option. For consolidation, for cons, okay, cons, this is a good option. Okay, this is a good option. This is a good option to use. All right. Read and understand. Please read this one. Okay. Please read this one. Okay. Please read this one. All right. The next topic what we talk, another important topic, the dimensions. Okay. The next what we need to talk about the dimensions. So when you go to BPC, okay, when you go to BPC, I'm going to BPC. So cancel this. What you see here, after environment, you see the dimensions. This is what it is. Okay. This is what it is. So we need to know what the dimensions are. Okay. This is timeouts. I need to log into the application. Okay. So now we are trying to understand what the dimension means. Okay. What is a dimension means? Let's go ahead and look at it. Okay. I'm sorry if you have any questions, put me in the chat window. Okay. Any question you posting in another window, I cannot focus on that. So put every question in the chat window. Towards the end, I will answer all your questions. Okay. Any question you have, don't put it in other places. Put it in the chat window. It pops to me, then I can see and answer your question. I will do it towards the end. Okay. So don't post your question anywhere else. Post it in the chat window. Sorry, drinking some water. Okay. So now we are talking about dimensions. Okay. So the model primarily focuses on the transaction data. Okay. The dimension focus on master data. Okay. So the model what we looked at, the model focused on the transaction data. Okay. So model is primarily for transactions, actuals. Okay. Model. So for transactions. Model, that's what. Model focus on transaction data. Okay. Model focus on transaction data. This focus on transaction data. This focus on transaction data. This focus on transaction data. What kind of transaction data we're talking about? This is where you have the plan, actual, forecast, budget, all of those. Okay. So this deals with, okay, this deals with plan, budget, forecast. So these are all transactional figures. Okay. These are all transactional figures. Okay. So the model focuses on the transaction data. Okay. So this is the transaction data. So this includes plan data. Okay. Model stores this information. Okay. Plan data. Okay. And actual and forecast. Okay. And budget. Okay. Plan, actual, forecast, and budget. Okay. So this is actual. Okay. This is actual, and forecast. Okay. And forecast and budget. So these are the set of data it stores. In the model, we can store all this information. Okay. In the model, we can store all this information. So these are the type of information we can store in the model. When it comes to, okay, when it comes to the dimensions does not store the transaction data. Dimension stores master data. Okay. Dimension stores the master data. So dimension does not store this one. Okay. This is a model. Now I'm moving on to dimension. Okay. I'm moving on to dimension. So what is the dimension does? Okay. What's the dimension does? So dimension is not a master data. It's not a transaction data. It's a master data. So what kind of master data are we talking about? It is a key. Okay. GL accounts. Okay. GL accounts. Okay. What kind of account are we going to use? Company code. What company is participating? Okay. Trading partners. Who are trading partners? Inter-companies. Okay. Inter-companies. Okay. So who these people are? Okay. How they are connected to me? Inter-company. Okay. So GL account, company code, trading partners, currency. Okay. So next is currency. Okay. Currency. Next is trading partner. Okay. Trading partner, the intercompany. So all this information are required. Okay. All this information are required. So point is, this is basically the master data which supports the transaction data. Okay. Dimension stores the master data. Model stores the transaction data. Dimension stores the master data. Dimension stores this information. Okay. Stores this information. Stores this info. Okay. Stores this info. This stores this info. Okay. This stores plan data, actual data, forecast data, budget data. So you should know that. All right. So now what we need to understand, we know what the dimension means. Okay. We know what the dimension means. So what do you call on the backend? Okay. What do you call on the backend? Understand this one. So in SAP BW, these dimensions are called master data table. Understand. Okay. Dimension in BPC. Okay. Dimension in BPC. It's called master data tables in SAP BW. Okay. Dimension in SAP BPC. Okay. Called what? So this is called master data tables in the backend. Okay. So this is called master data tables. Okay. It's called master data tables. Okay. Master data tables. Okay. Master data tables, nothing but characteristics. Okay. Nothing but characteristics. All right. So this characteristics divided into 3 groups. Attribute, text, and hierarchy. Okay. Attribute, text, and hierarchy. As I told you, so when you bring GL account, there's a hierarchy that throws up. Okay, if it's a total assets, the total assets is not a one line item. Correct? There are many things do to construct the total line item. Okay, to construct the total liability. If it's an asset, it's not a one line item. Correct? It could be cash. It could be fixed asset. Correct? So how do you roll all of those? That is where the hierarchy comes into picture. Sometimes you may want to write a description. Disclosure management notes, correct? I want to write some notes. So how do we write some notes? That means you need to have a text field, okay? You need to have a text field. So the master data on the backend divided into 3 different broader groups, okay? So what is those are all? So number 1, it is called an attribute. Number 2, it's called a text. Number 3, it's called a hierarchy. So based on what kind of information? As I told you, total assets. What is that? Total asset is not a one single line item where you can just go and print this one. You have to calculate, and it should roll up. Okay, it should automatically roll up. So how do you enable such functions? That's where hierarchy comes into picture. Okay, so master data tables are called attributes. Okay, are called attributes. There's nothing to roll up. It's just a plain static information. Example: the GL account, hierarchy is rolls up. If you take the other information, it is not a GL account. It's just basically list of currencies, correct? What currency I'm posting the transaction is a reporting currency, is a group currency, whatever that is, correct? So that is not a hierarchy. That is not a notes for a disclosure. It is just a piece of information I needed to understand what currency this is. That's an attribute. The next one is the text. Okay. The next one is called text. The next one is called hierarchy. Okay. The next one is called hierarchy. Okay. The next one is called hierarchy. So next one is called hierarchy. So point is, when you go to the front end and go to BPC, hold on, what is this doing? Okay, so I'm going to go to BPC. Let me close this one. So whenever I do anything on the BPC, let me log into BPC. Hold on one second, I close it. So I'm going to the BPC. Now, look at the dimensions. Okay, I really want to get to a data model design so that you can do this one. All right, let me log into BPC. So every dimension that you create on the backend, it automatically creates those tables so that you understand how the connection between these two works. Okay. Now, to see the dimensions, you have to go to admin function, go to admin function. So once you're on the admin function, go to dimension, this is your dimension. Under the dimension, what you see here, you see all the dimensions. Let's build one, click new. When you click new, it's going to ask the name. I'm going to call JP class demo. Okay, I'm going to call JP class demo. And this is nothing but, let's call it's a product dimension or an account dimension. Okay, it's in a GL account. Okay, GL account. Okay, it's my GL account. Okay, here I can say any description like, okay, so this is GL account, that's fine. See the type, we're going to touch again. Okay, choose the type, what kind of type it is. It's an account. It's going to have GL accounts. Click create. So it copies the existing account, uses the existing account dimension and creates a new account dimension. Okay, you can go ahead and modify, do all kind of stuff later. Let's understand when I create a dimension, a table to store the GL account, how it is created on the back end. That's the topic we're talking right now. So my goal is what? I want to bring the GL account. Why do we want to bring the GL account? The GL accounts are linked back to your debit posting and credit posting. Correct? If you look at here, I have chart of accounts, GL account number, company code. I need all these things to read the debit posting and credit posting. Okay? In the GL, if not having this information, there's no way I can read this one. What is the debit posting? What's the credit posting? There's no way I can read this one. To read, I need to know the supporting information. What is the supporting information? So these are all my supporting information. So how do we bring the supporting information? You can bring them as a dimension, as a master data. That's what we are doing. So it says you created a dimension. If you want to add a custom field, you can go ahead and add a custom field. If you don't want any custom field, you can leave this one. We are not designing right now. We just want to understand how the front end and back end works. Okay? Now close this one. So when you go to the sky, you can see the dimension what we created. Okay. So if you scroll at the bottom, you should be able to see the one what we created. So this is what we created. Okay. So what we created a GL account, chart of accounts, a dimension to store this chart of accounts. All right. So now go to the backend. I'm going to the backend. This is my backend. In the backend, I may not be able to see this right now. Do a refresh. Okay. So how do we do refresh? As I told you. So here on the subtree level, okay, you can do a subtree level refresh. When you do refresh this one, it's going to give you back the dimension that what you created. Okay. You can see the one that what we created. So this is the one we created. Okay. GL account. So when you expand, you will see 3 different tables. What tables involved? An attribute table, and a hierarchy table, text table. The system doesn't know what kind of value you're going to save. Okay. If you're creating a hierarchy, then it goes to the hierarchy. It is not a hierarchy, it's a text, running text. I'm writing a notes. Okay. So why I made this adjustment? What is this account all about? Correct? I want to write some detailed hierarchy as a text description. Then it goes to text. It is not a hierarchy. It is not a text. It's just a pure plain, like, details or information about the GL account. In that case, it goes to an attribute. So on the back end, it creates 3 different tables. Every dimension what it creates in the front end, on the back end, it creates 3 different tables. Important for you to understand based on what kind of value it is going to be. If it's a hierarchy, as I told you, okay, that hierarchy is going to go here. It is not a hierarchy, it's a running text, it has more than 60 characters, it goes here. It is not a hierarchy, it is not a running text, it just goes here. Example, first name, last name, middle initial. What is these? These are all attributes. These are all behavior of a person. So that goes in attributes. Okay. If this person linked to somebody else, then it's a hierarchy. I'm describing how the person is looking. He's black, he's fat, this, that. So those are all running text. So based on what value you're trying to store, it goes to the respective table. But the point is, you need to know when you create a dimension on the front end, in the back end, it creates 3 different tables. If someone asks you, how does a hierarchy, how does a dimension call on the back end? It's a master data characteristic. Okay, it is the master data characteristics. Very important for you to understand this. All right. So now we understood what dimension means. Now let's take a look at the type of dimension. Then I'm going to take to a problem. Okay, I will solve one problem. I will expect you to solve multiple problems. Okay? One of them, liquidity planning, cash risk management. I want you to come up with a model. So someone from our class, Badma, she's working on it. It's one of the RDS. So you take that as an example. Same thing that what we're dealing with oil and gas. You can take that as an example. You can build a model for BPC. Okay? How do you plan? How do we implement a liquidity planning, cash risk management using BPC, and what kind of model is required? What kind of dimensions required? Okay? So again, your functional skills are very valuable, but if you don't understand the art of transforming the functional skill into a solution, it's useless. Okay? It's not going to add any value. So the next part, we are going to take a problem and build this model so that you understand how you are transforming a problem into a solution from BPC perspective. All right, the next topic, we are going to understand dimension type. Okay, so now we need to understand. So we know what the communication between the front end and the back end. Okay, the communication between the front end and the back end. Every time when you create a dimension, it creates these 3 tables. Okay, these 3 tables. So these are all definitely we need to know in depth. Okay, I would suggest when we cover BW, I'm going to touch this one. But if you wanted to know more, please spend some time to read on this one. All right. So next we are talking about the type of dimension. Okay. Next we are talking about type of dimension. So the type of dimension again is going back to the same story. What we talked about. Okay. So if you look at here, so type of data is called dependencies. Okay. What kind of dependency it has. So let's copy this whole thing. Okay. Let's copy this whole thing. We'll build this table. So now let's go back. Okay. Understand this one. All right. Now what we're talking about, it's not a model, it's a dimension. Okay. It's not a model, it's a dimension. So dimensions. So then we need to know dimension type. What kind of dimension types? So BPC provides out of the box pre-delivered dimensions. Okay. That's the dimension we'll be using. Next is what? Dimension type. Okay. Dimension type. Next is what? Type of data. What is the dependency? Okay. What is the dependency it has? So what kind of dependency it has? So we can cover this stuff, then we'll go here. So there are 3 different dimensions BPC involved. Let's add a column on the left-hand side. So let's put the number here. Okay, let's put a number here. So the first one is always, of course, like, it uses the word cat, okay, category, account, time, entity. Okay, so these 4 dimensions is must. Okay, so let me add one more column. Okay, let's take the dependency, after dependency. Is it mandatory or optional? Okay, let's add a column. Hold on a second. Insert a column on the right hand side. Okay, optional or mandatory? Okay, is it optional or mandatory? Okay, is it optional or mandatory? So we need to know whether it's optional or mandatory. Okay, so the dimension, okay, dimension type of data it's going to store, whether it's an optional or mandatory. So the first one, what we are talking about, we're talking about category, account, time, and entity. Okay, this is dimensions. Okay, so first one is category. Okay, first one is category. Second is accounts. Okay, the second is accounts. The next is time. The next is entity. Okay, next is entity. So these are the dimensions must mandatory. Okay, these are the dimensions must mandatory. So what does this mean? So this will store. Okay, so let me move this one. So the type is C. Okay, hold on. The type is called C here actually. Okay, C, A, T, E, cat. So this is must. Type of data. So here we can see category, where it's the plan or actual. Okay, plan or actual or forecast. So how do we distinguish between the data, whether it's the plan data or a budget data or a forecast data? How do we distinguish between these data sets? That's what this does. Account, chart of account, GL account, all accounts. Okay, GL accounts. Okay, all of your accounts. Okay, all of your accounts. So this will have all the accounts will be goes here. Okay, etc. All the accounts. Okay, all your accounts. Time, period, posting period, calendar year, etc. Okay, so all time related stuff. It could be posting period. Okay, it could be posting period. So all your posting period, or it could be a fiscal year. Okay, fiscal year. Okay, fiscal year. It could be your fiscal year. Okay, it could be a fiscal year. So you can have all your fiscal year. Okay, fiscal year. So is it a mandatory? Yes, it's a mandatory. Is it a mandatory? Yes, it's a mandatory. Is it a mandatory? Yes, it's a mandatory. It is a mandatory. So these are all mandatory. Without this, we cannot create a model. Okay, without this, we cannot create a model. Understand what we're talking about? So these guys must. That means every model, okay, every model will have these dimensions. Okay, what we're talking about, every model will have these dimensions. Next is what? Entity. What we have here? Company code. Okay, company code, sales region. Okay, sales org. Okay, etc. So this type of information you can see at this level. Okay, this kind of information you can see at this level. So what we are saying actually, what kind of value that I'm going to store, type of data. Okay, these are the values we can store here. Company code, sales org, etc. We can store them here. Okay, we can store them here. So point is, we just need to know which are the most critical dimensions. These 4 dimensions is a must. These 4 dimensions is a must. Without this, we cannot create. Category dependent on time. Account dependent on rate account. Okay, rate account. Okay, rate account. Okay, rate account, which is going to come down the line. Okay, rate account. That means what kind of exchange rate I'm going to use, whether it's an average rate or month-end rate or close rate. Time, no dependency. Entity, okay, if you want to make as a dependency, yes, you can make a dependency. By default, it's dependent on currency. Okay, entity reference the currency. It's very important. You cannot define an entity without defining a currency. Okay, without defining a currency. If I'm going to try to bring a posting from India or Singapore or China, those are all going to come in a specific currency. What that currency is going to be, local currency. How do I know what the local currencies are? That I can get from entity dimension. Okay, if I'm bringing actuals from China, if I'm bringing actuals from India, if I'm bringing actuals from Singapore, so those actuals will always most cases come in local currency. Now I need to know what is the local currency for Singapore, what is the local currency for China, what is the local currency for India. How do I know? How the system knows? It knows through the entity dimension. When you go to an entity dimension, there you can see a currency. There you can see a currency, right? All right. So there is a dependency on this one. So these four must, without this, you cannot create a model. Okay. So these are all mandatory dimensions. You cannot create this without a model. We cannot create a model without this one. So these four, okay, which is called CATE CAT. Okay, it's a must for every model to have. Okay, so every model. So CATE. Okay, so this is a must one. Okay, this is a must one. Okay, this is a must one. So without this, okay, without this, okay, without this, we cannot. Okay, we can't create a model. We can create a model. We can create a model. So the model has to have these ones. All right, understood. Let's move on. What else we have? So we look at this one. The next one is currency. Okay, next one is called currency. He can have currency. So this is currency. Okay, this is currency. This is currency. One second. This is currency. The next is what? These are all optional. You can leave them audit trail. Okay, audit trail. That means if you wanted to understand how you got this data, from where the data came through, all such audit trails, you can create a dimension for audit trail. Okay, we can create a dimension for audit trail. So that is called audit trail dimension. The next one is called so audit trail. The next one is called the trading partners, intercompany. Okay, intercompany. So intercompany is what? This is nothing but list all the trading partners who's participating in an intercompany transaction. The next one is what? Flow dimension. Okay, flow. In a cash flow, I want to know how the accounts are flowing. What are the accounts are participating? Okay, flow dimension or sub-table dimension. Okay, sub-table dimension. So this is basically tells you what are the dimensions involved in terms of defining the flow. What are the accounts involved to define the flow? Okay, to define the cash flow. The next one is going to be scope dimension. Okay, the next one is going to be scope dimension. Okay, the next one is going to be scope dimension. The scope is basically primarily for group currency conversion. Okay, how do we define which all comes into group ACF or SPIG? How do we define which all comes into group North America, Latin America? So I need to define such groups. That is a scope dimension. Okay, that's a scope dimension. So we have currency, we have audit trail, we have intercompany, we have flow and subtable, we have scope. Right? So when you go to BPC, you can see all the different types. Okay, so go to BPC. Okay, go to BPC, click on new. When you click new, here you see all the types. Okay, so we talked about account, we talked about category, we talked about audit trail, we talked about entity, we talked about group. Okay, so I think I missed it. Okay, then we have intercompany, I have currency, I have subtable, at time, and then last one is user defined. This group is nothing but the scope one. Okay, this group is nothing but the scope one actually. So let me rename this one. Okay, so these are the different dimensions involved. Okay, this is what I was referring to scope. So it's nothing but a group. Okay, so going back here, I'm just going to rename this one. So group. Okay, group this one. So this is G. Okay, this is G. This is S. This is I. Okay, this is D. Audit trail. This is R. Currency. Okay, this is R. So when you go back, you can make sure currencies are flow is subtable, that is S, okay, and then you also have intercompany I, group is G, okay. So we covered very much everything. Let's say a dimension which does not fall into this category. Example, product, okay, example, product. So product does not fall into this category. We don't have a product here. How do we create a product? How do we create something around cost center? I don't want to store cost center in my entity dimension. I want to have a separate dimension. How do we store this one? So in such case, if a dimension does not exist in this list, then you can create something called user-defined dimension. Okay, user-defined dimension. The next is the user-defined dimension. User-defined dimension. So this is called user-defined dimension. So these are the different master data required for you to build a model. Okay, for you to build a model. So before you jump and do anything, you need to make sure, how you design your dimension. It is extremely critical. It is extremely critical. If you don't do this one, okay, no matter whatever you do, it's going to fail. Okay, it is going to absolutely fail. You cannot build report. You cannot do forecast. All of those is going to suck. Okay, it is going to be very difficult. So this has to be really, really flexible. Okay, if less flexibility on this, okay, there's not flexible. It is less flexible. It is going to make your life miserable. Okay, you will be stuck in building reports. You'll be stuck in breeding this input form. All of those is going to happen. So it's not only this, also the data. Also the data, okay? So that is also important. I'm going to make a note myself, the topic that I need to cover here. So one is the base level member, okay? Base level member, base level members, base level members, okay? Base level members and member formulas, okay? Base level members and member formulas, I need to cover this. Member formulas, okay? Member formulas. So these two I need to cover. I'm just making my quick notes, or else I forget. I may forget. All right. So coming back here, these are the different dimensions what we need to build BPC. Keep in mind, it is directly connected to the processes, correct? If you don't understand the process, there's no way you can bring the data here, correct? If I don't understand my chart of account design, if I don't understand my company operating model, I cannot populate this one. Don't think it's a table you are dumping data. If that is the case, you will be done deal when you get into creating reports, when you're creating input forms, okay? So those are all, there's no way you can make it happen. The account's not going to roll up. Since it's not going to roll up, you don't get the right numbers. If you don't get the right numbers, then it's business is going to be in a problem, right? So it has a significant impact your end product. If your end product is going to be planned, if your end product is going to report, whatever that is, if this hierarchy is not defined properly, okay? So I just want to ask you a question, Kiran. So based on your experience, correct? There are other people also in the class who's doing BPC right now. So Kiran, so what is your take on this, the role of dimension in input form reports and other things, Kiran? I hope you're not sleeping. So if you're sleeping, that's fine. He's in Australia. So if you're sleeping, that's fine. If it's not, can you comment on this one? The role of this dimension in terms of building reports, in terms of building the input forms and other things what you do. All right. So I'm just going to wait for this one. So this is list of currencies. Okay, this is list of currency. Here you can see list of currency. All right. The next is what? Here you can say audit trail. Audit trail means the source from where we got the data. Okay, source from where we got the source from where. Okay, source from where we got the data. Okay, source from where we got the data. Okay, we got the data. So how do we get this data? Is it a user input, or it's from an ECC, or from the source, whatever it is. So this is list of intercompanies. Okay, list of intercompany which participates. Okay, which participates in the intercompany transaction. Okay, list of intercompanies which participate in the intercompany transaction. So this is list of flow account. List of flow accounts. Okay, flow accounts with a hierarchy. Okay, with hierarchy. Okay, list of flow account with a hierarchy. Scope for group currency. Okay, this is to define group currency scope. Group currency scope. Okay, how am I going to perform group currency? So this is for group currency scope. All right, this is anything. Okay, not in this list. If it is not in the list, correct? So not in this list. Okay, not in this list. So data not in this list. Example products. Okay, example product I want to see. Cost center, profit center, etc. So how do we define these? By using this guy. All right. So coming to here, does currency dependent on anything? Entity. Okay, entity. So it's a parent child. It's a foreign key. This is the parent. Okay. So that means entity is a foreign key. Okay, entity is a foreign key. Audit trail, none. No dependency. Okay, no dependency. So this is none. Okay, no dependency. No dependency here. Intercompany depends on entity. Okay, this dependence on entity. As of this is basically you have to have entity linked to this one. Okay, you cannot create a trading partner which is not part of your business. That doesn't make any sense. It's not going to work. Okay, so intercompany dependent on what? Intercompany dependent on entity. At what level? That's a parent. Okay, so that's a parent relationship. Okay, I'm going to put C. I'm going to put F. It's a foreign key. All right. So this is basically sub table. Okay, I told you this is not dependent on anything. Scope or group. Okay, So this is again dependent on entity. You have entity here. Okay, so this is dependent on entity. So that entity what is going to define how it's going to roll up. Okay, and currency. Okay, and obviously currency will come because entity is dependent on this one. Okay, entity will depend on the currency. So there's a dependency here. You should define none. Okay, you should define none. So all of these are optional. Okay, so these are all optional. These are all optional. These are all optional. So these are all optional. Come on. These are all optional. So this you don't need. You can leave them as an optional one. Okay. So when you want to design BPC, you need to make sure you understand all the dimensions very well. Okay. As I told you, we need to know what value it carries, how it depends on another one, because these are all internally how it is configured. That means if I'm going to run a currency conversion, what the system is going to do, it's going to prompt you which entity you are running for. I'm running for entity Asia Pacific Singapore. All right. What is the reporting currency? The reporting currency in this case, USD. Now what the system is going to do, it's going to look for Singapore because it's a local currency. It looks for the currency, get the currency, go to reporting currency and get an exchange rate and do this one. So all are built-in functions. If we don't understand the dependency, map to your process, no way you can understand how it works. Okay. All right. So now I'm moving on. Okay. Keep posting your questions and answers at the end. Okay. So now we understood what is the type of dimension involved. All right. So what we need to know, two things: the property and member. Okay. What we need to know, dimension at a dimension level, we should know the dimension, property, and member. At a dimension level. Okay. At a dimension level. At a dimension level, we need to know two things. We need to know 2 points. So 2 more points. One is number one, property. Okay, number one, properties. Number two, members. Members. What is property? What is members? That's important. Okay. Let's take an account dimension. Okay. Let's take an account GL account dimension. Let's take an account dimension. So let's take an account dimension. What do you have in account dimension? Account ID. Okay. I have account ID and I have account description. Okay. I have account description. Okay. Account ID or account name. Okay. Account ID or account name. Every account also have to have an account type. That's an income account or expense account or asset account, liability account, whatever that is. All right. Now I also need to define the parent account. Okay. Parent account. So this account is parent account. Parent account. Okay. Parent account. So what is the parent account for this one? What kind of rate I'm going to use? Okay. Account rate, conversion rate. Account conversion rate. Account conversion rate. Okay. Account conversion rate. So if you look at your account dimension, you will see all these properties. Okay. Okay. You see all these properties. Okay. So when I'm going to account dimension, I can see all this one. Okay. I can see all this property. Hold on 1 second. So I'm going to the account dimension. Let's go to the backend. Let's go to the account dimension. Cancel this guy. Okay. Pick up the account dimension. Where is the account dimension? Move all the way up. You should see the account dimension. This is an account dimension. Edit this guy. Okay. Edit this guy. You see this one? These are the accounts it's been given. Okay. Go to hierarchical view so that you can understand this one. So now if you look at here, what account they have, it's a balance sheet account. When I expand the balance sheet, total assets. When I expand the total assets, fixed assets. When I expand the fixed assets, it lists all this stuff. Okay. So this is just a sample. Same thing, liability. So total equity and total liabilities. So if you see this one, what do you see here? It's a hierarchical view. You can change this back to list value. When you change this back to, you can list value, account ID, account name, account type, okay, and then the rate type, what kind of rate that I'm using for. And this is the parent account hierarchy. This is the parent account. This is what I was talking here. This is what I was talking here. Now if you look at here, okay. Now if you look at here, so what we have? So we have account ID, okay. We have account ID. Let's say 101. Account name, it's an income account, okay. It's an income account, okay. So external sales. Okay, I'm going to call external sales. So this is an external sales account. Okay, it's an external sales. What is the account type? It's an income account. Okay, it's an income account. Who's the parent account? If you have a parent account, you define this parent account. Okay, so I can say total net sales. Okay, I can see total sales or net sales, whatever it is. Right? So I'm going to add a row above. I'm going to call it's a 100. Account 100. There is a net sales. Okay, it's a net income. Okay, it's a net income. It's an income account. It's an income account. parent account null. So account conversion rate, what kind of conversion rate I'm going to use? I'm going to use an average rate, okay? And when it comes to here, if the parent is 100, that means the external sales comes under net income, okay? External, okay? Keep in mind, this is something that I'm showing you how the dependency of this one works, correct? How the dependency works. So the concept here is not how these accounts are created, that we will come, okay? We need to understand two important points. One is the property, one is the member, okay? One is the property, one is the member. So here I'm trying to define the property and a member. What does property means? What the member means, okay? So I have defined 100 net income. 101 comes under here, okay? And this is also used in average rate, okay? 102, okay? So let's say this is like cost of goods sold, okay? Cost of goods, I'm just throwing some ideas from cost of goods sold, okay? Cost of goods sold, or I'm going to say like this is like taxable income. We can understand taxable income, taxable income. So this is an income account. Okay, this is an income account, taxable income. So you can add all of those. This also comes under here, okay, under net income. So like that, I can add asset account, I can add liability account, okay, I can add like asset account, liability account. So I can add like all the different accounts. So here the point what we are trying to make. So there are two things involved. One is the property, one is the member. Come on. So one is the property, one is the member. So there are two things we need to understand here. So these are all members, okay? These are all members. This values, okay? The values are called members. In BPC, okay? In SAP BPC, the values of the dimension, okay? The values of the dimension, okay? The values of the dimension, okay, is called members, okay? Called members, okay? It's called members. So values of the dimensions are called members, all right? The column names are called property, okay? The column names are called property, okay? So these are all called members, right? So these are all called members. What do you call this one? These are all called members, okay? These are all called members. So these are all called members. We need to understand when we say member, what are we referring? The dimension values, okay? The dimension values are called members. At the same time, what we call these guys, okay? So these guys are called properties, okay? The columns are called properties, okay? Which is the columns in this case. We can just go and get rid of this one. So the columns are called properties, okay? The columns are called properties, okay? The columns are called properties. So we need to know the difference between what is a member, what is a property, okay? So these are all called properties in BPC, okay? Nothing different, we just need to understand, okay? We just need to understand. So in BPC, the columns of a dimension, okay? The column, okay? Columns of a dimension called properties, okay? Called properties, okay? Called properties. So this is called properties, okay? When we say property, we are referring these columns. When we say member, we are referring this one. So what I wanted to find out as a homework, find out what these properties are called in SAP BW. In SAP BW, okay, homework, in SAP BW, okay, in SAP BW, what we call, okay, what we call the properties, okay, what we call the properties, okay, what we call the properties. Okay, so spend some time trying to understand this one. Okay, so you need to understand what is the properties are called on the back end in SAP BW. Okay, what is the properties? What is the property called in SAP BW? So make sure you understand the difference between a member and a property. So when you go to BPC, all right. So now when I select a dimension, on the C it says edit member, edit structure. Click edit structure. When you go to edit structure, here it says the property. See must say it's a properties. So these are all properties. What is the property? This is what I listed. Account type, all of those. Okay, account type, all of those. All right. So now going back here, when you select the dimension, you see edit members, click edit members. So these are all values. These values are called members. So these values can be hierarchically listed. Okay, hierarchically listed. You can see it comes as a hierarchy. It can also come as a flat structure. It can also come as a flat structure. Okay, it can also come as a flat structure. Okay, so this is again we need to know really very well what is the property, what is the member. You can also create user different property. When you go to accounts, click edit structure. Under here you can create user-defined properties. Okay. Under here, you can define user-defined property. What is user-defined property? These are all system-defined property. We are going to take a look at that also. Okay. So we need to know what is user-defined property, all of those. Okay. So now we know what's a member, what's a property. Members can be divided into two groups. Okay. Members can be divided into two groups. Okay. Members can be, okay. Dimension members. Okay. Dimension members. Okay. Dimension members can be divided into two groups. Okay. You can group them into two groups. So what is those two groups are? Okay. What is those two groups are? One is base member, another one is non-base member. Okay. Base members. Okay. Base members. Okay. One is base member, another one is the non-base member. Okay. One is the base member, another one is the non-base member. So the members are grouped into two levels. One is the base member, another one is the non-base member. Okay. Non-base member. Non-base member. What does this mean? So base members are basically like a member who has no child. Non-base member has a child. Okay. So one is called base member, another one is called non-base member. Okay. So this can be grouped into two levels. Base members, no child. Okay. No child. Okay. No child. This is has a child. Okay. Non-base member has a child. Okay. Has child in it. Has a child. Has a child. Has a child in it. Okay. Has a child under here. Under this member. Okay. Under this member. So when you talk about members, we know what's the members. It is nothing but the value. That value can be a base member and a non-base member. Okay. Non-base member. The best way to understand this one, in the dim dimension, the months are base members. Okay. In the time dimension. Okay. In the time dimension. So the best way to understand this one, in a time dimension. In a time dimension. In a time dimension. In a time dimension. The months are okay. The months are base members. Base members. Okay. The months are base members. The year and quarter are non-base members. Okay. When you go to time dimension, in a time dimension, what you see the month and then the year. The months are base members. The year and quarter, okay, are non-base members. Okay. In a time dimension, the year and quarter, okay, year and quarter, okay, year and quarter, okay, year and quarter are non-base members, okay, are non-base members. What does this mean? Okay, so in BPC, you can enter data only the base level. Non-base are always calculated. Okay, note. It's a key point. In SAP BPC, we can collect data. We can enter and or load data only for the base level. Only for the base level. Non-base level always calculated. Roll up. Non-base level. Okay. Non-base level always. Okay. Non-base level always calculated. Okay. Always calculated. Example, automatic roll up. Okay. It is automatic roll up. Automatic roll up. Okay. Automatic roll up. Okay. It will do automatic roll up. Okay. So there is no need for it to enter any data for non-base level. Okay. Non-base level. If you know the base level, the non-base level will be automatically calculated. Okay. Example, if you look at here, so this is the best example. If you look at here, so we have total of 2012. Okay. Total of 2012. Total of 2012. Under total of 2012, what we have, so this is nothing but your non-base. Okay. This is nothing but your non-base level. So what is this? It is a non-base level. Okay. This is a non-base level. This is non-base level. Okay. This is non-base level. All right. So this non-base level now has multiple of those. Under here, I have quarter 1, I have quarter 2, I have quarter 3, and I have quarter 4. Okay. So under here, so what I have different quarters. Okay? So I have quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. So these are all what? Child, which comes under this one. So if you look at here, so this is basically the parent. Under the parent, I have these guys. Okay. Under the parent, I have these guys. So what is this? So these are all non-base level again. Okay. These are all again non-base level. So if you look at what I have total of this one, then I have quarter, okay, quarter of 2012. So this is quarter of 2012, okay, quarter one, sorry. This is quarter one. This is quarter one. Next is quarter two, then quarter three. So this is quarter one, this is quarter two, okay. So quarter two, then I have quarter three and four, okay, this is quarter three and four, okay, this is quarter three and four. So quarter three and four, okay, quarter three and four. So point is, we need to know, okay, when we say base level means what, when we say non-base level means what. So these are all called non-base level member. Why? It has a child in it, okay. This has a child in it, okay, this has a child attached to this one. So when I go to quarter, what do I see here? Under quarter, I see the months, okay, I see the months. So I have Jan, I have Feb, I have March, okay. I have Jan and Feb and March. So these are all different levels we have under here, okay. So these are all different levels we have underneath, okay. So under here, what we have, so we have different levels. So this is basically the base level, okay. So this I cannot call non-base, it's a base level because it doesn't have any child, okay, it doesn't have any child. So what we are saying, when you enter data at a base level, so the system automatically calculates the non-base level. So that means the non-base level always calculated, okay. So these are all what? Non-base level members. These are all what? Your base level members. So here what do I have? I have the month, okay. Jan of 2000, okay. Jan of 2000, Feb of 2000, March of 2000. So this is the base level member, okay. March of 2000. So now if you notice what I have, okay, all the things, okay, all the things in one view. So I can have a base level, I can have a non-base level. So non-base always calculated, base level user can enter or user can calculate, user can load this one. If I know the value for Jan and Feb and March, I can easily calculate the quarter one. I can easily calculate the total one, total of 2003. So when you go to BPC, harvest stream setup, now look at it in the BPC. Now go to the time dimension. This is a time dimension. I'm picking time as an example. It could be for anything, okay? It could be for anything. So now go inside and look at a hierarchical view. Change the display to hierarchy. You can change the display to hierarchy. Now, for example, you take total 2012, expand this one. So this total is based on quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. When you expand this one, it goes like this. So what does this mean? When a member has a child, it becomes a non-base. If it is a non-base, you cannot enter data. You have to calculate. Okay, you have to calculate them. So in this case, if you notice, these are all months. These months are base level. So this is where either you can enter, or you can load, or you can calculate programmatically data and insert them. Okay, so this is another important point you need to understand. Difference between base member and non-base member. All right. So very much I covered everything what I need to cover in dimension. The only thing what I need to talk about, property. It's very important. I'm going to ask you to do this one. Okay, as a homework, I want you to do this one. As a homework, okay, list different type of properties. Okay, list different type of property. Okay, different type of properties. Okay, properties in the dimension. In the dimension, number one. Okay, list different type of properties in the dimension and give examples. And give examples. Give examples. Give examples. So give examples. So what I mean is, for example, now let's go to dimension. Okay, I'm looking at the dimension. All right, open any dimension, open accounts. Okay, account, edit members. When I go to edit members, see this one. When I open this one, it says ID and description. See this one, I can see ID and description. Now close this. Now, when I close this one, I'm going to go back to edit structure. When I go to edit structure, I don't see an ID and description. See this one, I don't see an ID and description. So when I go to member, I can see some of those properties. Go to account, same account dimension, go to edit members. When you go to edit members, the first column is the ID, account ID. Second is the account description, nothing but account number and account description. All right, but when I go to the next option, which is the edit structure, I don't see them. Under the edit structure, I can see some of them, everything is grayed out. That means I cannot change anything. Okay, I cannot change anything. So what I wanted to find out, the type of dimension properties. okay, type of properties, and it's like, field type and value, okay. It is important, you need to know this one. So what we need actually, list the type of properties, okay, list the property types, okay, properties type. Second, list the property data types, okay, list the properties data type, okay, properties data type, okay, data type. List properties, okay, list the property, okay, list the properties, okay, properties, field width, okay, width, okay, what is the width of this one, okay, what is the width of this one, okay, what is the width of, 1 second. So list width of this property, okay, and give some example, okay, give some example, okay, give some example, okay. So for example, property type, user defined, okay, user defined, system generated, okay, system generated, okay, hidden property, okay, hidden property, okay, hidden properties. So we need to know this one, okay, we need to know this one. So build the table, okay, and list out this one. Example, user defined, okay, I can say in accounts, okay, in accounts. So I can say this one, whether a flag to indicate whether it's used in cash flow or not, okay, it's a cash flow account, whether a flag to indicate using cash flow calculation, okay, using cash flow calculation, okay, a flag to indicate, okay, a flag to indicate, okay, indicate, okay, whether this is used, okay, whether this account is used, whether this account is used in cash flow, okay, in cash flow calculation, okay, cash flow calc or not, okay, cash flow calc or not. All right, system generated, example, ID and description, okay, ID and description, okay, hidden property, example, calc property, okay, example, calc property. How do we see this one? For example, when you go here, account dimension, this is your account dimension. When you go to the edit members or edit structure, you don't see the property called calc. You see this one? You don't see calc. Now go to the backend. When I go to the backend, I'm selecting this particular guy. Right click on this one. Go to either manage or edit, anything is fine. Or go here, right click, edit or change is fine. Click this guy. Okay. So when you go to here you can see, go to attributes. Under the attributes, you see those properties, okay, calculated flag or not. See this one, calc. See this one, I'm using the same accounts, okay, accounts. Here I see a property called calc, but when I go to the front end, I don't see them, okay. When I go to the front end, I can see everything. I see account type, helium account, all of those I can see, okay. I can see account type, okay, hold on. I can see an account type, rate type, all of those I can see, but I don't see like this particular property called calc, okay. So that means it's a hidden, okay, it's a hidden. You really need to know this one, okay, eliminators and data types. So I want you to do this one, and I'm going to ask quiz based on this one. As I told you, my way of working, I am serious. If you are serious, if you are not, you are on your way, I am on my way, okay. So we will have a quiz on next week. We are going to drill this down further detail, okay. Make sure you really spend some time, okay. Make sure you are going to really spend some time on this one. All the points I listed out, that's the point I'm going to ask in my quiz, okay. All right, so this is basically brings the dimension to an end. So far what we covered, the core building blocks to build a data model, okay. Oh, one more topic I need to cover, okay. So far what we covered, okay, so we covered the core topics, okay. One is environment. Okay, one is environment. So far we covered environment. One is environment. Second is the model. Next is dimensions. Okay, next is dimensions. All right. Now, how do we connect all these dots? How do we connect all these dots? That is the next topic. Then we move on to two examples. So how do we connect these dots? Okay. So for what we covered, these guys. So this is the core building block required to build a BPC data model for any planning, budgeting, forecasting you may do. Okay, so what is this one? So this is the core building block. Okay, this is the core building block. This is the core building block. Okay, this is the core building block. Okay, which is required. Okay, which is required. Okay, which is required. Which is required for you to build SAP BPC data model. SAP BPC data model. So this is a core building block which is required for it to build SAP BPC data model. Okay, without this we cannot build. Okay, without this we cannot build. Now we need to connect all the dots. Okay, now we need to connect all the dots. Now let's connect these dots. Now let's connect these dots. Okay, let's connect this dot. Okay, dots. So now we need to connect this dot. What does this mean? Now mapping between a dimension and the model. Okay, so now we need to map. Now we need to map. Okay, now we need to map. Okay, now we need to map the model to the dimension. Okay, mapping between. Okay, mapping between. Okay, mapping between the model and the dimension. Okay, mapping between the model and the dimension. Model and the dimension. So we need to map between the model and the dimension. Okay, that is very important. So one side you have the model, other side you have the dimension. Based on your business problem, we need to map this out. Okay, based on your business problem, you need to map this out. Okay, which model goes to what dimension? Okay, so which dimension goes to what model? Which dimension goes under? Okay, goes under what model? Under what model? All right, let's build this table. Okay, let's build this table. We aren't going to use everything. We are going to take some of those. It's going to be like, not necessary for us to do everything. Okay, so I'm going to do a mapping between the model and the dimension. Which dimension goes into what model? Okay, which dimension goes into what model? Example. Okay, in this example, let's do this one. Okay, what model? So the first one is, as you notice, category dimension. Okay, category, account, entity, time. Okay, time. Then audit trail. Okay, audit trail. Then currency. Okay, come on. Audit trail, currency. Okay, currency. Next is intercompany. Okay, next is intercompany. Hold on. So these are the dimensions we have, correct? So as I told you, I'm not going to add everything. I'm just going to add only a handful of those, which is required. So I have currency. The next one I'm going to add the intercompany. Okay. The next one is I'm going to add intercompany. Again, this is must. You should know this one. The next is what? I'm going to call it in a short form. It's an intercompany. Intercompany dimensions. So let's assume these are the dimensions I have. Okay. So this is the dimension I have. Now let's list some model too. Okay. Model. So what model I have? Financial. Okay. What model I have? Financial. So that's a financial model. Okay. There's a financial model. The next is what? Consolidation model. Next is what? Consolidation model. The next is what? Standard model. Okay. Next is what? Standard model. Okay. The next is what? Rate model. Okay. The next is what? Rate model. Okay. So if you look at here, what we have. Okay. Understand? So we are listing all the dimensions one side. Okay. And we are listing all the models one side. You can add all the model as you needed, all the dimension as you needed. I'm just taking a handful of them. Okay. I'm just taking a handful of them. So here I have all the model that is involved. This is my model. So these are all my models. Okay. On the top, what I have, so that's the dimension. Okay. That is a dimension. This is your dimension. Okay. This is your dimension. So this is your dimension. So this is the dimension. That's the model. Let's deal the mapping exercise. Okay. So this is your list of dimensions. Okay. This is your list of dimensions. This is your list of dimensions. This is a list of dimensions. And this is your model. Now we are trying to figure out which model goes to what. Let's list all of those. Rate, ownership. Okay. Rate, ownership. And then we have generic. Okay. We have generic. So now what I have the model, I have the dimension mapping this one. As you notice, these four is must. No matter what you do, every model should have to have this dimension. Without this dimension, impossible for you to build a model. It's a must. It's a mandatory. It is mandatory. That means you cannot build a model without this. It's a must. So you can go to the backend. Okay, you can go to the backend. That means the BPC side. Is look at any model you could think of. Select a model. When you select a model, go to edit. When you look at the model, here you can see all of those. There's an account, there's a category, there's an entity, there's a time. Done. Now pick other models. Now go to rate models. Go to edit. And here also you can see category is there, account is there, entity is there, time is there. So every model you touch has to have this one. Okay? Every model you touch has to have this one. So we listed this one. Now go to financial. Do I need an audit trail? Yes, I need. That means I want to know from where I got the financial information. Is it a user input? Is it a file upload? Or where it came from? That's an audit trail. Currency. In which currency I'm reporting? Intercompany. I need to, if it involves intercompany, and I need to know this one. Okay. Consolidation. Very much I need the same thing. Now look at the standard model. In the standard model, do I need an audit trail? Yes, I need an audit trail. Do I need this one? No, I don't need this one. Why? In the standard model, currency does not have any role. In a standard model, no intercompany is involved. Okay, no intercompanies are involved. So based on the model, I am going to choose the dimension that is required. All right. So now go to rate. Okay, now go to rate. Okay, in the rate, do I need an audit trail? You may need. It is not must. Okay, you may need from where you got the rate. If the rate came from ECC, if the rate came from some external source, if I want to know such things, I can add. It's optional. Okay, it's completely optional. If I want, I can add. If I don't want, I can leave them. Do I need to know currency? Of course, I need to know currency. Yes, I need to know the currency. Okay, in a rate, I need to know the currency. In a rate, do I need to know intercompany? No need to. Now go to ownership. In ownership, do I need an audit trail? Yes or no? Okay, yes or no. It's purely your call. Okay, it's purely your call. If you don't want to know ownership, leave it. Do I need a currency? No, I need a currency. Do I need an intercompany? No, I need an intercompany. Okay, so the next one is what? Generic model. Okay, the next one is what? Generic model. In the generic model, do I need any of this one? Okay, do I need any of this one? Okay, yes and no. If you want to know the audit trail, yes. No, no. So now you can notice what we have done. We've done the mapping. Okay, what we have done, we've done the mapping. Understand what this mapping leading towards. So this map leads towards create your SAP BW star schema. Now, I'm taking a financial model. So how does this is going to connect? So this is going to connect. You take your financial model. So this is nothing but your financial model. This is nothing but your financial model. Financial model. So this is nothing but your financial model. Into the financial model, we have assigned data. Okay. So this is the fact table. Okay, find data. So what is this one? Financial model, nothing but your fact table. It is nothing but your fact table. Nothing but your fact table. So this is fact table. Okay, this is the fact table. This is the financial model. Okay, this is a fact table. This is a financial model. Correct? So now, how does model is linked? So this model linked to how many dimensions? It linked to 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. 7 dimensions are linked. Okay, so now this model linked to the 7 different dimensions. Okay, 7 different dimensions. What those dimensions are. So this is linked to, starting from here, account dimension. Okay, this model is connected to an account dimension. Okay, account dimension. All right, this model also connected to, let's go with the same story, category, account, time, and entity. Okay, it's linked to category, account, time, and entity. Category. Okay, next is category. So I got category here. Okay, I have category here, and an account here. Then I have time here. Okay. I have time here, then I also have entity. Okay, I have to have an entity dimension. So this is linked to an entity dimension. Okay, this is linked to an entity dimension. 1 second. So this is connected to an entity dimension. Okay, this is connected to an entity dimension. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is connected to an entity dimension. Okay, 1 second. So category, account, time, and entity. Then it also has audit trail. Then it also has an intercompany currencies, correct? So this one connected to what? So this one is connected to, okay, this is connected to an audit trail. Okay, this one also connected to audit trail. Okay, so audit trail. Okay, this one connected to an audit trail, and this one connected to, okay, this one connected to come on, 1 second. So this is connected to audit trail and currency intercompany. Okay. So now if you look at here, what we build, you build a model. Okay. You build a SAP BWQ model. Okay, which we are going to take a look at it. Okay. So now if you look at here, I have audit trail, then I have currency. Okay, I have currency. Okay, and I also have like the other one is the intercompany. Okay, other one is, so overall, I'm able to build a model which reflects this one. Okay, a model which reflects this one. This is nothing but my intercompany. Okay, my intercompany. So overall, what I have done, I'm able to create this particular model. Okay, I'm able to create the structure. So what is the structure? The structure represents the Q. Okay, so when you go to the backend, you can see this one. So I have my financial model. Under financial model, I was able to attach this dimension. And what do you call this one? So this is nothing but your, okay, this is nothing but your SAP BW extended cost schema. This is what the cube all about. Okay, so what you build a cube. So what does this mean? You are taking your problem and transforming this into a model. Okay, so now what do you call this one? So this is nothing but your star schema. Okay, this is nothing but your star schema. Okay, this is nothing but your star schema. So this mapping will lead towards build a queue. Now go to the backend and go to the backend. Let's take the same thing what we built, okay, so that you understand. So let's take an example, the financial model that what we built in the class. So this is a model we built for the class. Take the name, okay, that's the name. So this is a real-time cube Hana optimized. Now go to the cube structure. So go to transaction code /n list schema, okay, list schema. So when you go to transaction list schema, it's going to ask you the cube name, give the cube name. So this is the cube you created. Click the clock. And you click the clock, you will see the structure what you're looking at. You see the F table, that's a fact table. That's a centralized table. So the centralized table is what? Your fact table. This is your fact table. It is called the F table. All right. When you expand the F table, you see list of dimensions. You have time, account, entity, intercompany, audit sales. So these are all D. D stands for the dimension table. D stands for this is dimension table. So these are all dimension tables. So how did we arrive the structure? Based on this mapping. So this mapping will lead towards create this one. Okay, will lead towards create this one. So what we have designed, we design a star schema. Okay, we design a star schema. So the way SAP uses slightly different. That we will cover when we get to the SAP BW side of it. Okay, so the way BW uses, it uses this as a foundation, then it customizes further. So we'll deal that when we go to the next step, which is on the BW side. As of now, you should know how do you take a problem and model this one. Other key point I wanted to show here, in this case, here I don't mind to reuse this dimension. I'm good to reuse this dimension because these are all common, whether plan or category or actual, it's fine. It's not a common. But when it comes to account, it's not a good advice to reuse the account dimension, the same account dimension for all of those. So that means what I'm saying here, the account dimension is being reused in all the models. If you want, you can use. I'm not saying it's a bad practice, but it is not something that easy for you to build a report when you go to report. So it's good to have separate dimensions. Okay, it's good to have separate dimensions. So here we are talking about reusing dimensions across different models. Okay, reusing dimensions across different models. So the other point what we need to discuss, reusing dimensions. Okay, reusing dimensions across different models. Okay, across different models. Okay, across different models. Okay, across different models, can I reuse different dimensions? Okay, example, we can reuse time dimension, we can reuse time dimension, we can use category, we can reuse the following dimension across different models. We can reuse the following dimensions across different models, across different models we can reuse. Okay, what we can reuse? We can reuse time, we can reuse category, we can reuse category, we can reuse audit trail, we can reuse audit trail. So these dimensions we can reuse, okay, etc. Okay, I'm not saying we are done with this. it's all case by case. Okay, this is in general. Okay, this is in general. So we can reuse the following dimensions as needed. Okay, across different models as needed. Okay, as needed. All right, because it has a common value for all the models. It has the common set of values. You can have a common set of members or values for all the models. Okay, for all the models, it has a common set of values. Okay, it has a common set of values, but it is not advisable to use the account entity across different models. It's not the common, it's different. Okay, the revenue accounts are different than the expense account. The expense accounts are like a rate account. So these are all different accounts that's going to be dealing. Okay, so point is, it is not advisable. Okay, so reusing dimension across different models. Example, we cannot reuse. Okay, we may not be able to reuse. Okay, I can't say we may not be able to. Okay, we may not be able to reuse the following dimension across different models. It has different set of values. It has different set of values. Okay, different set of values. It has different set of values. Okay, it has different set of members. Okay, it has different set of members or values or whatever you call it, right? For all the models. Okay, so that means what is involved? Accounts. Okay, account, as I told you. Okay, income account is different than expense account. Okay, accounts are different. Accounts are different. Example, income account is different than rate account. Income account is different. Okay, is different than the rate account. Okay, different than the rate account. All right, entity. Okay, entity. So these are all something we should think about it. So whether I can reuse or not, that we need to know. It's important point. You need to know this one. It's important point. All right. So overall, we understood what is this involved in the dimension account everything. Now let's take a problem. I'm going to stop that point. Okay. Now let's take a problem. A company, global company now let's take a business scenario and build a data model. Now let's take a business scenario. Now let's take a business scenario. Let's take a business scenario. Okay. Business scenario and build a BPC data model and design and develop a BPC data model. BPC data model. So let's take a business problem, design and develop a BPC data model for that particular design. Okay, let's take an example. Okay, all right. I'm going to go with same thing. So example, a global CPG company like a Procter & Gamble. Okay, a global CPG, consumer packaged goods company. Okay, company like CPG, like Procter & Gamble. Sorry, like Procter & Gamble. They want to plan for. Okay, they want to plan and forecast. Okay, they wanted to. Okay, they wanted to plan and forecast. Okay, they want to plan and forecast their number one, sales revenue. Okay, sales revenue. Number one, cost. Okay, number two, cost. Number three, sales volume. Okay, sales volume at a SKU level. Okay, volume at a SKU level. Okay, so they want to plan a global company like a CPG. Okay, Procter & Gamble. They want to plan and forecast how much revenue they are going to generate. What is the cost is going to associated? How much the sales volume is going to involve? Okay, at a SKU level. At a SKU level. At a SKU level. So this is the lowest level. This is the lowest level. Okay, lowest level in the product hierarchy. Okay, in the product hierarchy. In the product hierarchy. Okay, in the product hierarchy. This is the lowest level in the product hierarchy. Okay, this is the lowest level in the product hierarchy, and the plan should be done. Okay, and the plan should be done. And the plan should be done. Okay, and the plan should be done. Okay, should be done at the the plan should be done at the local currency, and the reporting should be done. Okay, reporting should be done. Okay, should be done at the group reporting currency. Done at reporting currency. Okay, reporting currency. So these are the things the user wanted to do. Okay, at a high level, the business scenario in this case, a global company like a global company like Procter & Gamble. It's a CPG company. They want to plan for revenue They don't plan for cost. They don't plan for volume. The plan takes place at the SKU level. SKU is the lowest unit, okay, in a product hierarchy. In a product hierarchy, that's the lowest level. That's the lowest level. So they want to plan at that level, okay? They want to plan and forecast at levels. And the plan should be done at a local currency. That's another point, okay? The planning should be done at a local currency. The reporting should be done in a reporting currency, okay? Reporting should be done at a reporting currency. Example, USD, okay? Example, they are talking about building at a USD. So does anybody have any question to understand what the scenario here? Does anybody have any questions on understanding what is the scenario that we are talking about? Does any questions? Does anybody have any questions? Please ask me if you have any questions. If it is not, I want to move on. Okay? So, any questions? Any questions? Your response will help. Any questions? Okay, all right. Listen, gentlemen, if you have any question, I told you many times, correct? Post the question in the chat window. I cannot look around too many things. I cannot entertain any conversation while I'm taking my class, correct? I told you, calling and asking different number doesn't make any sense, correct? I told you to post the question at this chat window, correct? I don't know what the driving factor to call and ask, answer my question, correct? I'm clearly telling you, post your question in the chat window, okay? While taking my class, keep in mind, I'm talking, creating PowerPoint, doing system. It is not easy, gentlemen, correct? So you can post your question in the chat window. I told you clearly, correct? Why you are not able to do that? Okay, why are you not able to do it? Everybody's doing in the chat window, correct? Post your question here. Post your question here. Okay, post your question in the chat window. Okay, any questions? Post your question in the chat. I cannot read any other places, correct? The session has to be like this. Otherwise, I lose control. It can be like this, correct? So I cannot keep people on mute because people are in different time zone. People are like attending from different media. Someone uses laptop, PC, all of those. It's very hard to control. Any question you have, post in the chat window. Okay? So chat window is what you are typing right now, my friend. Okay? The one that you're posting, that is a chat window. So you see on the top, it says a chat window. Click that. It asks you, who do you need to send the message? All participants or whoever you want to send, you can send the message. Okay? Any question? The SKU level is nothing but the product hierarchy. Okay? Product hierarchy. So what I meant is, if you look at, okay? If you look at here, 1 second. Okay, so SKU level is nothing but, let's take an example. So typically how you define product hierarchy in ECC and all these places, correct? You define product family, okay? Product family, okay, product family. All right, under the product family, what you have product group, okay? Under the product family, you have a product group. Under the group, what you have the actual product itself. Okay, you have the actual product itself. Okay, under this one, you have the actual product itself. Okay, under the product, you have the product group, you have the product itself. Under this, you have the actual the SKU, which is going to be basically the one you are going to sell. Okay, so this is lowest level. This is the lowest level. Okay, this is the lowest SKU. So if you are already working in SAP or if you are familiar with any of the ERP packages, if you look at the product family, okay, you will see a hierarchy like this. Okay, you will see a hierarchy like this. So what this hierarchy is supposed to do? You can set your revenue target at various levels. Okay, you can set your revenue target at various levels. Okay, I can set my revenue target at this level, or I can set my revenue target various levels. Okay, so your revenue target, okay, your sales revenue target, okay, revenue target can be set at various levels, okay, various levels. So you can set your revenue target at various levels, okay. So what level you can set? You can set at this level, this level, this level. Let's understand what is just take an example, okay. Just take an example. So what is the product family? Let's say the product family is a hardware, okay, hardware. All right. So I'm talking about hardware as a revenue 100 million for the next quarter. Okay. The family is a hardware. All right. What is that I'm trying to sell? That's a hardware. What is the group? Within the hardware, you can have many things. I'm targeting towards printer. Okay. I'm targeting towards printer. So this is an actual implementation at a Lexmark, correct? At a Lexmark, we were doing planning at this level, various levels. So what is the product? So this is HP laser set or whatever that is, correct? HP LSR 101. All right, that's the product. And this is what? The SKU, the lowest level, ink, okay, that you are using. So now if you look at here, family is a hardware, product group is a printer, and this is the particular product, and in the product, I'm using this one. So you can set your revenue target at various levels. Okay, let's say if I say 100 million, okay, if I say 100 million, so in 2014, okay, in 2014, the revenue for this one, 100 million USD. So what is this? This is the revenue the company wanted to achieve. That's what they're planning for. In 2014, the revenue for this particular product family, hardware, I should generate $100 million as a revenue. Now, it is not a one number where you can just go and assign to this one. Now the planning kicks off. It can go to all the hardware products. So what you have, printer is just one of them. You also have laptop, okay? So printer, you have laptop, you have a desktop, okay? You have a laptop, you have desktop. So what is this? These are all individual product groups, okay? You have different product groups comes into here. Okay, so now how do we plan at this level? So what I'm saying, the company wanted to plan at the lowest level, okay? They want to plan at this lowest level. So this is what their target is. I should be able to plan at this level, okay? I don't want to set target at this level. I want to set at this level. That means I'm making people accountable. Whoever is saying, this is how much I'm going to get the lowest level, okay? So you can set at this level, or you can set at this level, or you can set at any level. So the system should have flexibility to plan at this various levels, okay? The point here is the system should have the ability to allow user to plan at a various level, okay? Is this clear, Venkat? You are asking a question what's SKU level and all, okay? So what we are saying here, okay, so the system should allow users, okay, users to plan at various levels, okay, at various levels. So it's up to me what level I'm going to plan for, okay. So what we are saying here, the system should allow us to plan at a various levels, okay. If I'm not allowed, that means it doesn't meet my business need, okay. It's completely my choice, okay, where I'm going to plan for. So I want to set my revenue target, okay. Again, we are not even touching the entities. Which entity? One entity could do at this level, other entity could do this level, other entity could this level. That means in India, you can do at individual products. In Europe, you could do at the product group level. In Latin America, you can do at the family level, correct? So every entity will do different, but the system should accommodate, okay? So what we are saying, the system should allow users, okay? Users from different entity, okay? From different entity to plan at a various level, okay? To plan at a various level. So if that is not achieved, then we are not going to use the system. And that is what happening in BPC. So in BPC, people are building system, but when you go from one region to other region, they are not able to use this one, okay? Why? It is so rigid. It does not allow them to do this one. But anyway, my point at this point in time, let's take this as an example. Build a data model, right? Then I will going to send you homework for you to do yourself. Okay. So now I hope you understand what we are talking about. We are talking about setting a sales revenue target. One we are talking about revenue, one we are talking about a cost, one we are talking about a volume. So this is an example. Okay. So sales revenue at various levels. Okay. Either I can set here or I can set here. So this is sales revenue target setting. Okay. Sales revenue target setting. You can set your sales revenue. Okay. This is sales revenue target setting. Okay. Revenue target setting. Okay. How do we set the target? Okay. This is where you set your target. Okay. This is where you set your target. So no matter what company it is, what plan it is, we should have this type of flexibility in the planning system. And this is what I feel it's lacking. Okay. This is what I feel lacking. Why it is lacking? People who understand the technology, they don't know the process. People who understand the process, they don't know the technology, right? You should know both. So this is one of the goals the business has. The business also wanted to set volume, okay? So in 2004, how many units I want to sell? Okay, the volumes actually. And this become very complex. At least in volume, in revenue, you are targeting about a dollar amount. But when it goes to volume, the units are different. Okay, the way you measure the units in India different than the way you measure the units in US. Okay, so now we are talking about setting sales volume. Okay, how much I'm going to sell? Okay, sales volume. Why? So these are all basically coming down to local currencies, local volumes. Okay, so the local volumes are not standard. It is across different country regions. It's a different volume. So how do we take and build a planning solution? It needs global thought leadership. It really needs a global perspective, enterprise view. Right? So that is not easy. That is not easy. Right? That is something that really comes only by experience. So now I'm talking about in 2014. I'm going to say 100 units. Now what does 100 unit mean? It's irrelevant. Right? If I'm going to say at this level 100 units. What is the 100 units I'm talking? I'm talking about a printer, I'm talking about a laptop, I'm talking about a desktop. It is practically difficult to understand this one, okay? I'm talking about my target, okay? So this is sales volume target, okay? Sales volume target, okay? So this is a sales volume target I'm setting for in 2014. In 2014, what kind of volume I'm going to sell, okay? In 2014, what kind of volume I can sell, okay? So again, I'm not saying it is not doable. It is doable, but we have to think through all different things. Okay, the units are different. At least in currency, you can do a currency conversion. You can able to report back from local currency to reporting currency. When you bring in volume, that is unit of measure. That's a different way of approaching. Okay, so here I'm saying actually in 2014, I'm going to sell 100 units. Okay, so this much ink I need to sell this one. So this is sales volume. So same goes to cost. Okay, again, I'm not trying to go over everything to understand for you from day one, but understand the scenario, understand what company is trying to do. Okay, so they're talking about doing a planning at various levels, setting target at various levels. One is for revenue, one is for volume, one is for cost. They also clearly told they want to use reporting currency. Okay, now let's go to model. Let's list this one. So in order to build the BPC data model, what we need, okay? In order to build the BPC data model, what we need. So now the next thing is what you're talking about, BPC data model. So in order to build BPC data model, what we need. So now we are talking about, so converting this into BPC data model. Now we are taking, now we need to build a BPC data model for Procter & Gamble, okay, sales, revenue, volume, and cost planning, okay, volume and cost planning, okay, and cost planning, okay, and come on, and cost planning. Okay, so now I need to build a data model to plan for revenue, to plan for volume, to plan for cost. I explained this. I explained the revenue, I explained the volume, same goes to cost as well, okay? Every level you have challenges, okay? So here we are talking about amounts. Here we are talking about units, okay? If I say 100 units, how in the world what the 100 units means, right? So I have a challenge there, okay? same goes to cost. If I'm going to cut down my cost to this much, if I'm going to limit my cost to this much, how much goes to laptop? How much goes to printer? Oh, it is very complex, and it is not easy. Okay, so that is why the projects are failing. So that is why it becomes very challenging. Right? So this is nothing to do with your CPA, nothing to do with finance. Right? It's a completely different thought leadership. Okay, completely different thought leadership. Just because I have deep finance knowledge doesn't mean I can build the system. Okay, it is good to have, but it's not enough. Okay, so now I'm going for building a data model which will support revenue, volume, cost, and reporting. Okay, we need to build a BPC data model for Procter & Gamble to support sales revenue, volume, cost, and reporting. Okay, volume, cost, and reporting. Okay, if you implement one or two models like this end to end, I'm very confident you can handle any complex situation. Correct? We cannot sit down and learn everything, but if we handle one or two complex situations like this, I'm very confident you should be able to handle any situation with any client without any challenges. Okay, all right. So this involves what we need to do. We need to identify the number of models required, number of dimensions required, mapping between model and the dimension. Okay, so what does this involve? So this is involved identify the number of models required, identify the number of dimensions required, do the mapping between these two, and that is the exercise we are going to do. So now we need to identify the model that is required, identify the dimensions required, and create a mapping between these two. Okay, so first we need to identify number one. Identify the model that is required. Okay, identify the model that is required. I will respond to all your questions. I'm watching your question. I need to complete this on time. Then only I can go back to respond to your question. So number of model that is required. Number one, identify the number of model that is required. Number two, identify the number of dimensions required. Okay. Number two, identify the number of dimensions required. Okay, identify the number of dimensions. Okay, the number of dimension that is required. Okay, dimension that is required. Okay, number of dimension that is required. That is second exercise. So we need to know the model. We need to know the dimension. Okay. Third is mapping between these three. Map the dimension and model. Okay, mapping between dimension and model. Okay, mapping between dimension and model. So this will give you, the BPC data model which is required for you to move forward to the next step. When I say BPC data model, I'm talking about building something classic star schema. Okay, building something like classic star schema. This is required. And also you need to consider these points. Can I reuse the dimension or can I can't reuse the dimension? Okay, so these 2 points also need to consider. All right. So now let's go back. So I'm going to do this myself, but for you, I have homework. I'm going to send you. I'm not going to give you this one. I'm going to give you the liquidity planning cash risk management. I will describe what the problems are. You need to solve this one. Okay, and I'm also going to give the oil and gas one what we are working at. Correct. So it's going to come down to do or die. Okay, do it or you can leave yourself. Correct. That's where it's going to get to. So now I'm going to figure this out. Identify the model that is required. Identify the dimension that is required. The mapping between these two guys. So the first one, let's figure out what model that we need. Okay, what model that is required in this case. Okay, the model that is required. So I'm going to go to look at the model that is required in this case. So that involves model type dependency. Okay, I need to know the model and then I need to know the model type if there is any dependency that is involved. So the number one, what model I need. Okay, and the model type. Number one, the model itself, the type, then the dependency. Okay, so what model I need? Since we are talking about a sales revenue, I need a financial model. So I'm going to add one more column. Okay, what is this going to be used? Okay, so I'm going to add, I'm going to add one more column. So this is going to be used for what purpose? Okay, used for what is this? Okay, used. So where this is going to be used. So I need a financial model, and this is again type is a financial model. Okay, this type is some financial model. That is the financial. And this is a dependency. It depends on the rate. And used for sales revenue. Okay, it's used for sales revenue. So this is used for sales revenue. So this is where I'm going to keep all my revenues. Okay, this is where I'm going to keep all my revenues. So my revenues are going to be stored in this particular model. Okay, my revenues are going to be stored in this particular model. The second is what? I need a standard model. Okay, I need a standard model. So I need one more financial model. Okay, which is for cost. Okay, which is for cost. I can do both in the same model if I wanted to, but I'm just listing out. Okay, I'm just listing out. Kind keep in mind. So this is also financial. This is also dependent, and that is required for sales cost. Okay, this is going to be sales cost. Okay, this is going to be sales cost. Okay, sorry. So this is, I'm just going to call cost. Now this is for cost model. Number 3, non-financial standard model. This is standard model. Okay, this is a standard model. So what am I going to do this one? Okay, this is standard model. So this is a non-financial. In this case, it's a standard model. This is for volume. Okay, so this is a standard model. Hold on, and this is standard, and this is non-financial. Okay, this is non-financial. Okay, let's call this a data. What kind of data we are going to store here? Okay, this is a data. It's a financial data. Okay, this is a financial data. This is a financial data, and this is non-financial data. Okay, this is non-financial data. So this is non-financial data we are going to call. Why? It is volume. Okay, it is volume. It is a volume. It's a volume planning. Okay, it's a volume planning. And does it have any dependency? No. Thus, what is it going to call? It's going to call sales volume. Am I done with all of those? No. They were talking about reporting. Okay, I need to have a reporting model. Okay, if you look at here, the reporting, they're talking about a reporting. They're talking about a reporting. So the reporting is based on a financial. Okay, the reporting is based on a financial. So I'm creating a reporting model. Okay, I'm creating a reporting model. So this is again financial. Okay, this is financial data, and it is for primarily finance model. And this has a dependency rate, and this is for reporting side, financial reporting. This is for financial reporting. Okay, this is for financial reporting. Okay, this is for financial reporting. So these are the model I identified. Keep in mind, I am identifying. I'm not saying this is going to be final. I'm not saying this is going to be final. So based on the problem, what model that I need, these are the model I need. I am telling you why I need. That's because the data are going to be different. One has volume, one has revenue, one has cost, one has combination of cost and revenue. Okay, cost and revenue. So these are the model what has been identified. Okay, all right. Now let's move on to the next step. The next step is we need to list all the dimension that is required. Okay, all the dimension that is required. So now take this one, go to the next step. Step number 2, identify the dimension that is required. Identify the dimension that is required. So what dimension we need that is required. So now I'm done with the model. Okay, I just identify. When you go to a design, then I will give what is required, what is not required. So here I'm going to list the 4 which is mandatory. So one is I want to store the category. Okay, category data. I want to store category. This has a category data. Okay, this has the account data. Okay, this has the account data, and this has the entity information, entity data, and this is the time data. So why I list this 4? It is a must. We cannot build a model without these dimensions. It's a must. And this is type C, this is type A, this is type E, this is type P. So when you go to BPC, you can see all of those. Does it have any dependency? This is depends on D. Does it have a dependency? It depends on rate. Okay, this depends on rate. And that is a dependency. It depends on the currency. Okay, that means I have to have these things in place. Without this, I'm not going to be able to build this one. Time, no dependency. Okay, time, it has no dependency. So we kind of very much got this one. This is basically where it is used. It is used to store category. Okay, to store category data. Okay, to store category data. To store the category data. To store category data. So what am I going to do with this? I'm going to store the category data. So I'm sure you know this one. It's a GL account. Okay, this is GL account. This is company code. This is company code. So what am I going to do? Company code. This is posting period. This is posting period. This is posting period. So it's going to go back to your core SAP transactions. If you look at here, so you have a chart of accounts. you have a company code, okay? You have a company code, you have fiscal year posting period, all of those. So based on that, we determined here, okay? So this is basically, it's used to store GL account, it's used to store company code, posting period. So this is must. I also need other information, okay? Which information? Let's say only minimal. They are not talking about intercompany. Here, no intercompany is involved, right? So they're not talking about intercompanies. Keep in mind. So in this case, they're not talking about intercompany, okay? No intercompany is required, okay? Note, if you notice here, they're not talking about intercompany. Note. So they are not talking about intercompany. I asked them, they said, we don't get intercompanies. We just only get the actuals for the groups, not at subsidy level. Okay. So they are not talking about, okay, intercompany. So we no need this. Okay. So we no need this one. No need this. That means when you get data, you will get data only non-intercompany transactions. We will get, okay, we will get only non-intercompany transactions, external sales, only non-intercompany sales, only non-intercompany sales. So that is the information we are getting. So I'm not interested in intercompany, that's ruled out. Okay. All right. So what else I need? I need currency. Okay. I need currency. So next is what? Currency. Okay. Next is what? List of currency I need. Okay. I need list of currency. All right. So this is type R. Okay. This is type R. Okay. Does it have a dependency? It dependent on entity. Okay. This is dependent on entity. So this is again, if you look at here, it also has a currency. Okay. If you read through, it has a currency type and currency key. Okay. Currency type and currency key. So we need to have what kind of currency is involved. So this is going to go to currency. Again, you have to map parallelly to ECC or the transaction system. If you don't know, it's going to be tough. Okay. If you don't know how this maps back to the core SAP transactions, it is practically impossible. We can talk about it, correct? I know BPC, I know this and that, correct? But ultimately, you may not be able to solve this one. You need to connect this back to SAP ECC, extremely critical. Okay? So like how am I taking this one and mapping back to this one? It has to be tightly connected back to your transaction. All right. So next is what I'm thinking. I might need audit trail. Okay? I might need audit trail. So audit trail. Okay? Audit trail. So that means from there I'm getting the data. Audit trail. So audit trail is nothing but what? Okay? It's going to be D and it is going to be dependent on anything? No. And what kind of data? Source of information. Okay? Source of info. Okay? Source of info. So I also want to add a point. The point that I want to add here actually, part of the requirement, what we identified. So we looked at this one. Okay? We looked at this one. So here we are listing there. Okay? There's no non-intercompany. That's fine. And we also looked at no group currencies involved. Okay? So this is not expected to convert in a group currency. There's no group currencies involved. So based on user discussion, the user don't want to perform a group level currency conversion. They want to perform currency conversion at an entity level. Okay. So note, we are not talking about group currency. Okay. There's not talking about group currency. Group currency conversion. Group currency conversion. So I no need scope dimension. Okay. I no need scope dimension. So scope is not required. All right. So I no need scope dimension. So I'm skipping scope dimension. I'm skipping intercompany. That is not required. What is the next one required? Most critical, extremely important, products. Okay. What is product? So product is a user-defined dimension. Okay. Product is what? User-defined dimension. So this is another dimension which is required. That is where you define the hierarchy. Okay. So what is this? This is nothing but your product dimension, where you can define the product hierarchy. Okay, where you can define product. What is this? It's a user-defined dimension. Does it have any dependency? No. So product data. Okay, this holds the product data. Okay, product data. So it is either MARA or MAKT, any of those tables. Okay, MAKT, MARA tables, etc. So those tables will come here. So at a minimum, based on the requirement, these are the dimensions required. Okay, these are the dimensions required. Keep in mind, every statement is important. Okay, every line item is, every statement that's listed is critical. If I don't understand, then I end up creating dimensions model, which is going to make your life difficult when you get to reports, when you get to creating input forms and all those. Right. So what we have done, we identified these are the dimensions what we need. Okay, these are the dimensions what we need. So now the third question, okay, we need to list common dimensions. One more point I'm going to add. So under 2, we need to also identify the common dimensions and the dimension which is going to be non-common dimensions. So here, identify the common dimensions and the dimension which is not going to be common. Okay, the dimension which is not going to be common. So 2.1, I'm going to add a class here. What I need to identify, 2.1, identify the common dimensions. Okay, that is required. Identify the common dimension, the dimension not a common dimension. Identify the common dimension and the dimension which is not common. Okay, which is not common, which is not common. So which is not common. So identify the dimension which is going to be common, which is not going to be common. That we need to identify now. Okay, so that is one of the exercises I'm going to do. So now let me go to 2.1. Okay, now I'm going to 2.1. In 2.1, I'm going to identify which dimensions are common, which is not common. Okay, which dimensions are common, which is not common. So let's add, the remaining information is going to be the same. We just have to add the name. So what kind of data type? I'm going to call it's common. Okay, if it's a common. Okay, if it's a common one. Okay, if it's a common one or not common. Okay, not common. So not common one. Okay, so not common one. So if it is not a common, then what does it involve? Okay, all right. So let's keep this used also. Okay, so we need this column. So now if you look at here, category, is it a common? Yes, it's going to be common. Okay, it's not going to change anything. Okay, so whatever value is there, that value still remain the same. Plan is a plan, actual is an actual. That's not going to change anything. Okay, that's not going to change anything. So I need that to be common. Okay, let's list all the common ones. Okay, let's list all the common ones. Okay, so one second, I just need to respond. Okay, 1 second. Just a second. I have a flight to take. Somebody's texting me. 1 second. Okay. And now I need to list which are all the common dimensions that I'm going to use. Okay. As we talked about, time is the common. Okay. This is common. And currency is going to be common. Audit trail is going to be common. Okay. Audit trail is going to be common. And this product I could use as a common. If there's not change in the hierarchy, it's going to be common. So these dimensions are going to be common dimensions. Okay. These dimensions are going to be common dimensions. So if you think you can use other dimensions as a common dimension, you can use. Okay? It is not at all a problem. It is not at all a problem. If you think you cannot reuse them, then we have to create one. What I feel, I cannot reuse account, I cannot reuse entity. So I'm going to create different accounts, different entity, and different hierarchy. Okay, so different account, different entity. Just for heck of it, okay? If I want to use entity, then I can say that's also common. Okay, that's also common. Okay, again, it's purely your call. It's purely your call. What you think is going to be common, what you think is going to be not a common dimension. Okay, so based on what we are looking at, right now, category, it's common. Okay, this is going to be a common dimension. So this, I'm going to call it's a common dimension. Okay, that's the common one. All right, the next one, in this case, common. These guys, correct? So these are all common. So just for simplicity, I'm going to keep account is not the one common. Okay, account is not going to be common. So that means I need to create account for each one of those. I can create a rate account. I can create a this one, revenue account, cost account, and volume also. Account in this case is going to be measure all the different volume you're going to sell. Okay, what kind of volume you're going to sell. So for that also. So what I'm going to create, I'm going to create separate account dimension for each one of those. Okay, so I have 4 different models for each one of those, I'm going to build this one. Okay. So now I'm going to insert rows above. Okay. So account 1, account 2, account 3. Okay. Account 2, account 3. So I'm going to create all of those. Okay. So now I'm going to add those accounts. This is account for revenue account. So this is, I'm going to call, it's a revenue account. And this is my revenue account. This is my cost account. Okay, this is my cost account. Okay, this is my cost account. This is my rate account. Okay, this is my rate account. Okay, this is my rate account. And this is my volume account. Okay, this is my volume account. I need to create one for reporting account, right? I need to create one for reporting. So now what I'm doing actually, I'm creating different accounts. Okay, I'm creating different accounts. So these accounts are what I'm going to use. Okay, this is 3. Okay, 4, 5, 6. This is a reporting account. This account hierarchy. Keep in mind when I say account, the hierarchies are different. How you roll up, that could be different. And how do you calculate those accounts? That could be different. Okay, that could be different. So based on that, you determine. Okay, based on that, you determine. So the way you do roll up, the way you do calculations, if it is going to be common across all the model, you are good to reuse the same account. If it is not, it's good to create different account. Okay, it's good to create different accounts. So now this is 7, this is 8, this is 9. So now we have more dimensions. Okay, 11. So now we have 11 dimensions. Again, we can also do the same thing for entity. Okay, if you don't want to use the entity because how the entities are rolling up, if that is different, it's good to create separate entity dimension. Okay, it's good to create separate entity dimension. It's your call. You need to make this call. Okay, it's come off. You need to make that call. 1 second. All right. So now what I have done, these dimensions, what you're listing here, are all dimensions which is not related to the common dimension. It is a dimension. Each model will have its own dimension. Okay, each model will have its own dimension. It's a revenue account. Okay, it's a revenue account, cost account, rate account, all of those. But type are same. All are same type. Okay, all are same type. But it is a different dimension, identified dimension that is required. Okay, all right. So this is not a common. Okay, it is not common, not a common one, not common, not common. So this is not common. Okay, this is not common, not common, not common, not common. All right. So where this will be used? Used in revenue model. Used only in revenue model. Only in revenue model. Okay. This will be used only in the revenue model. Okay, revenue model. Okay. How do we use this one? You can use this only in the revenue model. The next one is only in cost model. Okay. The next one is only in the cost model. Okay. This is only in the not in the revenue because how you calculate cost is different than the revenue. How the costs are rolling up, that's different than revenue. So I cannot reuse the same thing. You can, technically yes you can, but your report is going to be difficult to build. Your input form is going to be difficult to build. This is a rate account. Okay, this is used in volume. Okay, these are volume accounts. Okay, this is used in the volume account. Okay, this is used in the reporting. Okay, used only in the report model. Okay, report model. So what we have done, we were able to identify all the dimension that is required. Okay, we identified the model, we identified the dimension that is required, then we listed out which is common, which is not common. Okay, we added that too. Okay, so now the next step is do the mapping. Okay, now the next step is do the mapping. So I'm going to do the mapping between these guys. Okay, once I list all the dimensions, once I list all the models and do the mapping. Okay, so that is going to give you back a solid foundation. So total I need 12 dimensions. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to go to insert 12 dimensions. Okay, so 11 of those. So then I'm just going to put the type. Okay, C category, account. Okay, this is going to be account or. Okay, this is revenue. Okay, I'm going to call RV, account revenue, and this is account cost. Okay, account rate. Okay, I'm going to call account rate. Then account, okay, volume. Then account report. Okay, RPT. So these are the account dimension. Understand? These are the account dimension we are talking about. Category, account. Then we are going to add the next one is, okay, So the next one is category, account, time, entity. Then the next one is audit trail. Okay, next one is audit trail. So that's the audit trail, that's a D. The next one is the user-defined dimension, and then the next one is the currency. Okay, so I'm going to add this one. Hold on one second. Insert row on the right, column on the right. So I got audit trail. The next is currency. Okay, the next one is what? Currency. So I'm listing all of those. Okay, I'm listing all of those. So this is basically the number of dimension that is involved. Okay, the number of dimension that is involved. So here we are listing the dimensions. So I'll make sure everything is covered. So I have currency, time, audit trail, entity, data source, 11 of those. Okay, I think very much I'm covering everything, correct? User defined is missing. Okay, thank you. So this is currency, that stands for R. The last one is the product one, which is user defined. Okay, which is user defined. Again, I'm just using the type. Okay, I'm not typing the full name. You should be able to follow and understand, correct? So these are the dimensions we identified. Okay, so these are the dimensions identified. If you notice, this is same dimension type, but it's different dimensions. It's not a common one. Okay, so up to this, the accounts. Okay, so these accounts, correct? One second. Accounts. Okay, so these are all same account dimension. Okay, these four are same account dimension, but only thing, it is stored as a separate dimension. We have to create separate dimensions. All right, same goes to entity. If you want to create a separate entity, that's fine. So now what we are talking about, the actual model itself. Okay, what are the model that we identified? Okay, what are the model we identified? Let's list those models. Okay, so the first one is rate model. Okay, we have a rate model. All right, the second is sales revenue. Okay, the second model is sales revenue. So next is the sales revenue model. Okay, the next is my revenue model. The next is cost model. The next is volume model. The next is report. Okay, so the next is what? I'm going to do sales volume. Okay, volume. The next is what? Report. Okay, cost and report. Okay, cost. And the next is what? Report. Okay, the next is what? Report model. So these are the model. Again, we still need to fine tune. You may not need all the model. You can cut down some of the model based on how you are going to see. How your accounting structure is designed, correct? How your reporting requirement is designed. So based on that, we can add we can remove and add as needed. Okay? We all agree we need category for everybody. Okay? Category is a must. The next is what? Revenue model. Who needs this one? This guy. The next is what? Cost. So the next is cost. Who needs this one? This guy. The next is what? This is the rate. This one. The next is what? Volume. Who needs this one? This is volume. This guy. Next is what? Report. This needs by this way. So now it is not the same dimension. It's a different dimension. The time. Who needs time? Everybody needs the time. Okay. Everybody needs the time. Okay. Everybody needs the time. So how does time comes into picture? This is times. Entity. Everybody needs entity. Data source. Okay. Probably everyone needs this one. Currency. Not everybody. Okay. So rate needs a currency. Revenue needs a currency. Volume does not need a currency. Cost needs a currency. Report needs a currency. All right. Next one is what? Okay. Keep in mind why I say this one. These are our financial model. It expects currency. Currency as a dependency. Okay. That expects currency as a dependency. So we have to build the model. Okay. Next is what? The user different dimensions is nothing but the product. Okay. Who needs product? Rate does not need a product. Okay. Rate does not need a product. Revenue. If the revenue is going to be measured at this level, yes, absolutely we need. Volume, yes. With this, yes. Okay. So based on that, we can build this one. What is this? This is nothing but mapping between your dimension and model to create a classic star schema, the cube. So this is the mapping. Okay, this is a mapping between the dimension and model. Okay, for creating cube, to create a cube, to create the cube. So now you can go back and build the cube. Okay, now you can go back and build the cube. So now, based on this, how does your environment look? So we have done everything. Okay, we have done everything what we need to do to build a model. So we are not going into the system and build this one. but we have enough information to build the model. Okay, we have enough information to build the model. So now let's create what we need to create a conceptual, logical, physical model. So now we need to build. Okay, now we need to build. Okay, now we need to build number one, logical, number two, physical. Okay, physical model. Physical model. So we need to create a logical and physical model. Okay, we need to create a logical and physical model. Let's see how to create this one. All right. So based on what you see, what you have a rate. Okay, you have a rate model. Okay, this is the rate model. This is your rate model. So, and you also have other models. Which one? The revenue and volume model. So you have revenue and volume model. And you also have reporting model. Okay, they also have a reporting model. So one is rate, next is revenue. Okay, revenue. The next is cost, and next is cost. This is a report. Okay, this is a report. The volume is kind of standalone. Okay, the volume is kind of standalone. So now if you look at here, so how many model we built? Okay, we built this many number of models. So we have revenue, volume, cost. Okay, so let's connect the dots, then we'll go. So if you notice, technically speaking, these are all linked to each other. Okay, so these are all linked to each other. So we have seen this one. Okay, so these are all linked to each other. So without this link, you cannot connect the dots. Okay, we cannot connect the dots. So this is basically how the links are established. Okay, so rate is a common which is going to go everywhere. And from how do you get data from this one? If you look at here, rate does not go to report. Okay? Rate goes to report only through revenue, only through volume, only through the cost. Okay, so there is no connection, direct connection between the reporting and this rate model. So the way it goes, it has to go. That means the currency translation takes place only in the revenue model and cost model, not in the report model. Okay, so that is how you are designing. That's how you are designing this one. So this is connected to this one. Okay, so this is how the models are linked to each other. Okay, this is how the models are linked to each other. And also we are missing one model, which is the volume model. Okay, which is the volume model. You can add as needed. Okay, it's not a problem. So this is the volume model. Okay, so volume model comes in between, but it's a standalone. Okay, volume is a standalone. Down the line, if you want to link the volume to revenue, you can link this one. So right now, the volume is a standalone model. Okay, the volume is a standalone model. So this is a standalone model. It is not linked to any of those. Okay, it is not linked to any of those. So what we have created, we created an environment for planning to this guy. So we have rate, we have revenue, we have reports, we have cost. Okay, so I connected all the dots. Okay, as I told you, this is not a PowerPoint. It has so much information built in. That means where the currency conversion is going to take place. Okay, how do we calculate all the accounts? Okay, how do we calculate cost? How do we calculate revenue? How do we roll up this one? How does the structure for accounting is different? Reporting is different than this one. So many information is built in. This is a true transformation of the process. Okay, you look at a financial process and transform into a solution. That's what is done. Okay, that's what is done. So what do you call this whole thing? The whole thing, what you call is your environment. Okay, so this is what your environment looks like. Okay, so this is basically you designed your environment with all this model. Okay, so this is nothing but your logical model. Okay, this is your logical. We have not done. We have not done with this. So what I have built. Okay, I built a logical model for this particular problem. What has been asked for. This is nothing but your logical model which tells you all of those. And this is nothing but your environment. Okay, this is nothing but your environment. So what you call this one, it is nothing but your environment. Okay, so this is nothing but your environment. So you created an environment. Okay, this is nothing but your environment. So this is where you are going to build everything. So your environment will have all of those information. Okay, your environment will have all of this information. So what I wanted to make sure you understand. Okay, so this is the environment what you built. Okay, this is an environment what you built where you have everything required to build a revenue, expense, volume, a reporting solution using BPC for Procter & Gamble. Okay, for Procter & Gamble, based on the requirement, you are able to build this one. So this is option 1. As I told you, it is not that you have to go with all these things. So this is option number 1. Okay, option number 1 means logical model option 1. You can create as many design option 1. Okay, this is design option 1. This is design option number 1. Option number 1. This is design option number 1. So let's say I don't want to go with all this model. I want to cut down this one. How do we cut down this one? I'm going to get rid of this option 2. Okay, so this is not option 1. Okay, I'm going to do design option. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to basically combine the revenue and cost here. Okay, so combine revenue and cost here. I no need to separate models. I feel the accounting structure, how the revenues and costs are captured and processed, it's very similar. It is not much difference. In that case, I no need a separate model for cost. So I'm going to combine cost and account. Okay, revenue and cost. So this is option 2. Okay, this is option 2. Option 3, I don't want these multiple models. Okay, I can go option 3. Option 3 is what I no need a separate reporting model. Why I no need a separate reporting model? Because how I report, it is not different than how I capture revenue, how I capture cost. So those are all ECs. It's the same structure. So all goes into one model: revenue, cost, and accounts. Okay, revenue, cost, and reporting. Sorry. So all of them going to go. Again, you cannot simply say go with option 1, option 2, option 3 until unless you have full control on all the accountings involved, right? The revenue account, cost account, reporting account. If you are not able to understand, you are dead. Okay, there's no way you can come to this. So having multiple model, it increases the problem. Why? You have to maintain multiple model. Then a business has a challenges. Having one model with a different accounting structure, reporting structure, it makes life miserable to build a report. Okay, to build a report. So there is no right or wrong answer until unless you choose what accounting structure is going to take. Correct? So I cannot say go with option 1, option 2, option 3. You truly need to understand how revenues are captured, how expenses are captured, how these are all reported. Wonderful. I'm going to stop here. I have to fly. Okay. Any question you have, ask me. I'm going to take your chat window questions. I'm going to respond to you. Okay. So I got your chat window questions, and then to read through on my flight, I'll respond to you. So these are all the questions we post in the chat window. Okay. So any questions you have now for me, I will send you the homework. As I told you, next week you have a quiz on all the topics what I covered, and I'm also going to send you the homework for you to do what I said. Okay. I want you to build something like what I built, starting from this slide. Which slide? So from here, slide number here. Let's hold on. So starting from slide number 35, okay, all the way to 45, okay. I want you to build similar slides for the problem that what I'm going to give. Okay. So for the problem that what I'm going to give, I'm going to expect you to build from 35 onwards all the way to 45 in much more detailed way. What is the maximum number of using different dimensions? There's no limit. Okay. Technically no limit, but practically you need to think through what the limits are. There is a question, number of user different dimension, number of dimensions. Technically no limit. You can add as much as you need it. But coming to optimal design, make life simple, you need to have a limit. So if you exceed more than 10, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. That means a bad design. Without thinking anything, I can immediately tell it's a bad design. So someone who doesn't understand BPC, who doesn't understand process, those are the guys we can do. Okay. So any questions we have so far on the topic covered? Any questions? Okay. Post your questions, I'll respond to you. I just want to ask you one thing. How do you guys feel? Do you guys feel this interesting, or do you guys feel it's very technical? How do you guys feel this one? Ladies and gentlemen, please respond. I have to go. So please respond. Please respond. I really want to know how do you feel about it, because it's going to be very intense. It's going to be extremely intense, as I told you, correct? If you don't get to this level, you can say, correct, I know BPC on the paper. You can write it and you can see, BPC, correct? So you should fly through. You really need to, take every piece of the information and connect that to the process and build solutions, correct? Any questions? First of all, How do you guys feel about it? Please respond. I'm asking you, correct? Any questions? Any comments, please? All right. Thank you very much. I'm running late. I will talk to you all soon. Next week is going to be a longer session, okay? And definitely we need to spend more time on taking it to the build process. We will do that. So this is how it's going to be. It's going to be pretty intense. Make sure you complete your groundwork before you come to the next class. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.